Chapter 2299. Qiu couldn't stand it any longer, and he pulled Luo Bing's arm and said, "Sister Bing, don't make a fuss. The City Lord's master is busy preparing for tomorrow's ceremony, so he probably won't see you." "I'm not making a fuss. I just want to buy these things," Luo Bing said stubbornly. Yang Kai shook his head, took the herbs, and put them in his space ring. He then handed over the corresponding amount of source crystals to the shopkeeper, turned around, and walked out. He didn't want to waste any more time with these two people. "Don't go," Luo Bing shouted, but it was to no avail. When she saw that Yang Kai was about to leave, she quickly pulled Qiu Yu and pleaded, "Brother Yu, help me stop him. I must buy these herbs today." "Forget it." Impatience flickered in Qiu Yu's eyes. He had almost reached the limit of his patience, as he had to accompany this ignorant little girl to make a fuss. However, Sky Crane City was quite powerful, and the Sky Illumination Palace wanted to get closer to it. So, every time he came to Sky Crane City, he would accompany Luo Bing. It won't be good if the City Lord's master learns about this. What's not good about it? I can take anyone I want in Sky Crane City, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Luo Bing said arrogantly, "Moreover, isn't he with the Thousand Leaves sect's people? We can ask him what he's plotting in coming to the city." Sigh. Qiu Yu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree to her request. Moreover, he also wanted to know the relationship between Yang Kai and the Thousand Leaves sect. He knew that there was no one called Yang Kai in the Thousand Leaves sect. However, at the city gate, Yi Jinghan had said that he was a member of the Thousand Leaves sect. Qiu Yu couldn't help but become vigilant. He nodded and said, "Fine, but if the City Lord's master asks about this, I won't mention you." "Brother Yu, you're the best." Luo Bing revealed a happy expression. Qiu Yu's face became stern, and he shouted in a low voice, "Elders, I'll have to trouble you." It was unknown who he was talking to. Luo Bing stood there with a smile on her face. She stared at Yang Kai's back, hoping that he would be taken down. She imagined that this fellow would be tortured by her, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the medicinal herbs with both hands. However, as she watched, she could no longer laugh, because Yang Kai walked out of the shop, then turned around and rushed into the crowd. Then, he disappeared. He ran away. Luo Bing shook Qiu Yu's arm and reminded him. Qiu Yu was also stunned. He shouted into the void, "Two elders, what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The two old men from the Third Order Dao Source realm who had come with him at the city gate appeared together. However, both of them were sweating profusely. His face was slightly pale, and he had a look of lingering fear. "Why aren't you attacking?" Qiu Yu asked angrily. He felt that he had lost face in front of Luo Bing and was in a bad mood. The two old men looked at each other, and one of them said, "Young master is wise. It's not that we don't want to attack, but that we can't. What's going on?" Qiu Yu's face darkened. The old man said, "I can't explain it, but when we were about to attack, we felt an inexplicable sense of danger, as if, he said. A frightened expression appeared on his face. The other old man said, "It seemed that if we attacked, we would have immediately collapsed." "Are you kidding?" Qiu Yu opened his mouth wide and stared at the two old men in disbelief. The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, we have followed you for many years, and we have never refused your orders. However, this time, there is something fishy." "That's right. Please forgive us, young master," the other old man said. Qiu Yu looked at them for a long time, then said bitterly, "Are you saying that this lad is a wolf in sheep's clothing? He might be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm?" Qiu Yu couldn't help but gulp when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face turned pale. The two old men were both powerhouses from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although they were old, their cultivation was purer and stronger. Only someone from the Emperor realm could suppress them in an instant and make them afraid to attack without leaving a trace. Qiu Yu couldn't help but feel weak when he thought about how he had provoked a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. His legs trembled, and he couldn't even stand properly. No. The old man who spoke first shook his head. "That lad is young, so he can't be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Moreover, we have carefully scanned him with our divine sense. He is indeed a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Then, does that mean that the Emperor realm is secretly protecting him? Qiu Yu was shocked again. That's not it either. That feeling didn't come from a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The other old man shook his head. Qiu Yu gulped and said, "Are you too mistaken?" The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, don't you believe us?" "That's not it." Qiu Yu quickly waved his hand, "but there must be an explanation for this, right? Could it be that that lad can easily defeat you too?" The old man sneered, "With his cultivation, he is still 100 years too young to defeat us." Luo Bing, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, interjected, "What are you talking about? That person has already run away. You two old fogies are really useless. Brother Yu is so good to you." Qiu Yu's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Luo Bing and said, "Shut up." Luo Bing was startled. Ever since she met Qiu Yu, she had never seen him treat her like this, and she had never seen him get so angry. Moreover, she was wronged just now, so she couldn't accept it. She shouted hysterically, "Are you scolding me? How dare you scold me?" Qiu Yu snorted coldly, "These two old men treat me like an elder, so you can't humiliate them." Luo Bing's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She gritted her teeth and glared at Qiu Yu bitterly. Then, she pounced on him and punched him, shouting, "I hate you. I hate you. Brother Yu is the worst. I hate you so much." After punching him for a while, she turned around and ran out of the store. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into the crowd and disappeared. "Young master, why aren't you chasing after her?" One of the two old men's expression changed when he saw this. Qiu Yu snorted coldly and said, "This little girl is spoiled, so let her reflect on herself for a while." "But, if Miss Luo has an accident?" the old man said worriedly. Qiu Yu didn't take it seriously and said, "She is the daughter of the City Lord's master, so who dares to do anything to her in Sky Crane City? I'm afraid that she has already run to the City Lord's mansion. I know her character, so you don't need to worry too much." Hearing this, the two old men didn't say anything else. "As for that lad, he deserves more attention," Qiu Yu said with a grave expression. Qiu Yu's expression was solemn. "This kid might have some secrets. I really want to know where he came from. Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and investigate." One of the old men cupped his fists and said. Then, his body flickered and disappeared. On the streets of Sky Crane City, a young girl was weeping, and she wore a heartbroken look. She was running amok in the crowd, and many people were cursing her. Luo Bing was heartbroken. Not only was she disliked by a strange man, but she was also humiliated in the store. Then, she was scolded by Qiu Yu, who she regarded as her best friend. She had never suffered such grievances since she was a child, and she was filled with grief. She couldn't stop crying, and her eyes became red and swollen after a while. She cried as she ran, and she looked back from time to time. It seemed like she was expecting something, but she didn't see anyone chasing after her. She became even sadder. She felt that she was the most miserable person in the world, and no one could be more pitiful than her. After thinking about it, she felt that the main culprit was the young man with a despicable face. If he hadn't refused to give her the herbs, she wouldn't have been humiliated, and she wouldn't have been scolded by Qiu Yu. Thinking of this, she cursed Yang Kai in her heart. She swore to herself that she would teach him a lesson the next time she saw him. Luo Bing didn't know how long she had been crying, but when she came back to her senses, she discovered that she was lost. Although she was the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, and she had grown up in this city since she was a child, every time she went out, she would be escorted by guards. So, she didn't need to worry too much. She just needed to be happy, and someone would take her home after she finished wandering around. The place she went to was the most prosperous district of Sky Crane City. But, at this moment, she discovered that her surroundings were desolate. The streets were narrow, and the air was unpleasant. She was surrounded by a nauseating odor, and there were many disabled people begging on both sides of the street. There was even a sloppy beggar covered in filth, who was catching lice under the sun. He threw one into his mouth and took a bite. It was crunchy, and he ate it with relish. Luo Bing quickly turned her head, and she felt nauseous. At the same time, she asked herself in her heart, is this still the prosperous Sky Crane City? Don't tell me that I ran all the way to some nameless small town. Luo Bing was startled by this thought. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to find her way home. Her mood, which had just calmed down, fell again, and tears of panic flowed out of her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly saw two men walking in front of her. She looked like a drowning person who had just caught a life-saving straw. She quickly wiped her tears and ran over to them. She shouted, "You two, wait a moment." When the two men heard her, they stopped and turned around to look at Luo Bing. When they looked at her, their eyes lit up. Luo Bing had an outstanding appearance, and she had a graceful figure. She had lived like a princess for many years, so she had a natural temperament of a superior. Although she was crying at this moment, she still looked pitiful. It was no wonder that the two men couldn't take their eyes off her, and they swallowed their saliva secretly. Usually, any woman with a little status or beauty wouldn't come to Sky Crane City. But, a goddess had come here today, so how could the two men not be moved? Chapter 2300. As they scanned her with their divine senses, they discovered that she was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. They looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. One of the plump cultivators put on a smile and pretended to be mature and reliable. He asked softly, "Little girl, why did you call us? Could it be that he was lost?" He. Luo Bing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at the plump cultivator in surprise and asked, "How did you know? This young lady is lost. I don't know how to get back." Ah! The plump cultivator was stunned. "I was just making things up. Did I really hit the jackpot?" Looking at the delighted look on the girl's face, it didn't seem fake. He immediately understood that she was the kind of person who didn't know anything about the outside world. He coughed dryly and put on a compassionate look. "Little girl, don't be afraid. With the two of us here, no one will hurt you." Luo Bing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Relieved, she smiled and said, "That's great. I knew things weren't that bad." Her smile was like a spring breeze and 100 flowers bloomed. The two cultivators were stunned. They couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Their blood was boiling. "You two, hurry up and send this young lady home. I will reward you when I get back." Luo Bing regained her previous arrogant attitude in the blink of an eye and shouted at the two cultivators. The two looked at each other. The thinner cultivator smiled and said, "Good, good, good. We will send you home. Please follow us." Luo Bing nodded and said, "Lead the way." She didn't ask them whether they knew who she was. They didn't know where her home was. She followed the two cultivators and walked deeper into the alley. The two of them didn't seem to have any intention of talking. They just kept walking forward. Luo Bing, who was following them, seemed to be in a good mood. She forgot all her previous unhappiness. She even hummed a tune as she walked, looking like a happy lark. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Luo Bing gradually realized that something was amiss and stopped in her tracks. Luo Bing turned her head to look around and discovered that this place was even more desolate than the previous place. Moreover, she couldn't see a single person in the surroundings. The houses had collapsed, and the walls were in ruins. It seemed like a ghost town. This scene made Luo Bing panic, and she asked in a trembling voice, What is this place? Didn't I ask you to send me home? Why did you bring me here?" The two cultivators in front heard him. At the same time, he stopped and turned his head to look at Luo Bing with a sinister smile. No matter how stupid Luo Bing was, she realized that something was amiss. The two people in front of her didn't seem to be good people, and they didn't intend to take her home. "You! What do you want to do?" Luo Bing was so scared that her face turned pale and she took a few steps back. However, he tripped over something. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Panic and pain welled up in her, and she immediately burst into tears. He. The fat cultivator sneered as he walked towards Luo Bing step by step. His gradually approaching figure put great psychological pressure on Luo Bing, causing her heart to beat so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. "This young lady is warning you not to act recklessly, otherwise, you'll be dead." Luo Bing bit her red lips and threatened them with the words that she thought carried the most weight. However, things had already reached this point, so how could the two people let it go? The thin cultivator laughed and said, "Little girl, you're very interesting. Do your parents know that you're so naive?" The fat cultivator laughed even more lecherously. He said, "Scream, scream. In this damned place, even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care about you." As he spoke, the fat cultivator had already dashed in front of Luo Bing and reached out to grab her slender neck. Luo Bing screamed in horror and pushed her palms up. The Saint Chi in her body surged and she struck out with a powerful blow. However, she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who didn't like to cultivate since she was a child. Her current cultivation was only possible with the help of a large number of precious treasures. The Saint Chi in her body was impure and she wasn't familiar with the moves she was using. Both the fat and thin cultivators had reached the Origin King realm, so when faced with this move, the fat cultivator only needed to wave his hand casually to break the other's move. Immediately after, he patted Luo Bing's shoulder twice with lightning speed. Luo Bing went limp and couldn't muster up any strength. Her meridians were blocked and her cultivation was suppressed. She could only watch helplessly as the fat cultivator reached out and pulled the belt of her clothes and slowly undid it. "No! No!" Luo Bing cried and begged. The fat cultivator was stimulated by this weak cry. His nostrils flared and his eyes turned red. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This girl's voice is really enchanting. The heavens have eyes to let us brothers meet such a stunning beauty." The thin cultivator was also burning up. At this moment, he rushed to the front of Luo Bing's head and pinched her little face. He looked like he couldn't stop himself and said, "Your skin is so soft and smooth. I wonder which family's young lady you are. Hehehe, we are lucky." When Luo Bing heard this, she didn't know where she got the strength to shout, "I'm the daughter of the City Lord's master. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, if my father finds out, you will die." As soon as she said this, the fat and thin cultivators froze and their faces turned pale. The fat cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped the sweat off again and again. He couldn't stop wiping it off. He said in a hoarse voice, "No, no way. The daughter of the city lord?" The thin cultivator was also frightened. He looked at Luo Bing and said, "What's your name?" Luo Bing looked at them coldly and said through gritted teeth, "My name is Luo Bing." When the fat and thin cultivators heard this, they felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They couldn't help but shiver. After looking at Luo Bing seriously, the fat cultivator said in a trembling voice, She really is the daughter of the city lord's mansion. I saw her once from afar. It's over. It's over." The thin cultivator couldn't bear this huge blow and fell on the ground. His eyes were blank and he couldn't stop muttering. The fat cultivator was also shivering. He quickly withdrew his dirty hand that was undoing Luo Bing's clothes. He looked at Luo Bing, as if he wanted to squeeze out a flattering smile but couldn't. His expression was uglier than crying. When they found out that the young girl in front of them was the daughter of the city lord's master, they were scared out of their wits. They thought that Luo Bing was just a lost little girl. They didn't expect her to have such a powerful background. If they had known that she was the daughter of the city lord's master, they wouldn't have dared to do this even if they had the guts. Luo Bing's eyes lit up when she saw this. She shouted, "Are you scared now? If you don't want to die, send me back to the city lord's mansion obediently." The fat cultivator knelt down in front of Luo Bing and kowtowed to her. His head was bleeding profusely after a few kowtows. He said, "My brother and I were blind and offended Miss Luo. Miss Luo, please be magnanimous and forgive us." The thin cultivator seemed to have come back to his senses at this moment. He crawled over and kowtowed as well, begging for mercy. Luo Bing looked at them in disgust and snorted coldly, "Send me back to the city lord's mansion and I'll spare your lives." "Really?" The fat cultivator was delighted when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Luo Bing with a joyful expression, as if he had survived a disaster. Luo Bing said, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll punish you for what you did to me just now." She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she said, "I'll ask my father to lock you up for 8 to 10 years. The fat and thin cultivators' expressions suddenly changed. They stared at Luo Bing with a strange expression. "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out?" Luo Bing glared at them fiercely, as if she had the situation under control. "Big brother." The thin cultivator poked the fat cultivator and whispered, "Is this little girl? Is her brain damaged? If her brain wasn't damaged, how could she threaten others before she got out of prison? Anyone with a little common sense wouldn't do this." The fat cultivator nodded seriously and said, "I think so too. I pity the city lord's master for having such a daughter. What should we do now?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the fat cultivator's eyes. He said slowly, "What else can we do? We might as well go all the way." As he said this, a trace of murderous intent appeared on his face. The thin cultivator thought for a while and nodded. "That's the only thing we can do." Although the two of them spoke softly, Luo Bing heard them clearly. She thought that there was hope for her to get out of this, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were not only going to take advantage of her, they were even going to take her life. She was so scared that her little face turned pale. She said in shock, "What are you doing? Don't do this. If you send me back to the city lord's mansion, I won't punish you." "It's too late." The fat cultivator sneered. Since he had already made up his mind, he wasn't so afraid anymore. Although the city lord's master wasn't someone to be trifled with, this place was deserted. As long as they cleaned up after the incident, they might not be able to be traced back to them. He crawled down and half-knelt beside Luo Bing. The delicate fragrance of her virginity lingered at the tip of his nose, making his whole body hot. He puckered his big mouth and pressed it against Luo Bing's red lips. He said vaguely, "You're so beautiful. If I can fuck you once, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Get lost. Don't." Luo Bing kept twisting her head, trying to avoid his disgusting face. However, her cultivation was sealed and her movements were restricted. How could she do that? She could only watch as his big mouth got closer and closer to her. She could almost smell the unpleasant smell in his mouth. Luo Bing's mind went blank. At this critical moment, what appeared in her mind wasn't her doting father, nor was it Qiu Yu, who obeyed her every word. Instead, it was Yang Kai's annoying figure. If it wasn't for him, how could she have encountered such a hellish nightmare? Chapter 2301. Since you can die with no regrets, then you can go to hell. Just as the fat cultivator was about to kiss Luo Bing, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The fat and thin cultivator were already filled with lust and passion. At this moment, when they heard someone's voice, they jumped up like birds startled by the twang of a bow, their hair standing on end. The fat cultivator stood up abruptly, but before he could see who was speaking, he suddenly saw a fist flying towards him. Saint Chi surged on the fist, containing a ferocious move. It kept enlarging in front of his eyes, blocking out all the light. The fat cultivator wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. The other party's cultivation seemed to be much higher than his. Peng. A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by the fat cultivator's miserable cry. His fat body was directly sent flying, and in midair, his entire head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Red and white matter splattered in all directions. Ah! The sudden change made the thin cultivator scream, but before he could react, his brother had died tragically in front of him. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see that a burly man with long hair had appeared in front of him at some point in time. That burly man seemed to have fought with someone, as his entire body was covered in blood. Half of his face was swollen, and his eyes were full of blood. It was a ghastly sight to behold, and no one dared to look directly at him. Especially when this fellow's one eye was white without a single trace of black, it was even more chilling. "You! Who are you?" The thin cultivator scanned with his divine sense and found that the other party was actually a third-order origin king. His heart sank. He and the fat cultivator were only first-order origin kings. But the other party was 2 minor realms higher than them. Although the burly man with long hair didn't seem to be in his best condition, judging from the power of his punch that killed the fat cultivator just now, the thin cultivator was no match for him. "I'm the one who will send you on your way." The burly man with long hair snorted coldly. His tower-like body swayed slightly on the spot and suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the thin cultivator immediately shouted, "Friend, let's talk nicely. We have no grievances with you. Why are you attacking us directly?" Although he said so, he immediately summoned his defensive artifact, which turned into a light curtain to protect his body. The voice of the burly man with long hair suddenly sounded behind him. It was extremely cold, like the summons of the Grim Reaper. "What's there to talk to scum like you who bullies others? Go to hell." As he spoke, a machete suddenly appeared in his hand. When he poured his Saint Chi, the machete let out a tiger's roar, and a huge phantom of a tiger's head appeared on the blade. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the thin cultivator. The thin martial artist turned pale with fright and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Although his cultivation was lower than the other party by 2 small levels, if he really fought with his life on the line, he felt that he still had a glimmer of hope to escape. The reason why the fat martial artist was killed by a punch was only because of a moment of carelessness. This was because he hadn't even summoned his artifact. He was sure that he wouldn't be killed by a single blow. But the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The opponent's machete chopped down with an irresistible force. It directly broke through the burly cultivator's defense and cut into his body. Impossible. The thin cultivator was stunned. He looked at the huge wound on his chest that spread from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He raised his head to look at the burly man with long hair and said bitterly, "Are you a Dao Source Realm Master?" Just now, he had clearly sensed the aura of a Dao Source Realm cultivator descending upon him. The machete in the opponent's hand was obviously a Dao Source grade artifact. That was why it could easily break through his defense and give him a fatal blow. "Why ask a dying man?" The burly cultivator snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out of the thin cultivator's body like a fountain. His whole body was split in half, and all his internal organs were exposed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Luo Bing lay on the ground, trembling violently. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her teeth were chattering. She turned her head and retched. She had been pampered since childhood. When had she ever seen such a bloody and cruel scene? The strong visual impact was too much for her to bear at once. After retching for a while, she vomited all her bile. Luo Bing felt better. She turned her head to look at the burly man with long hair with a face full of gratitude. She asked in a trembling voice, "Are they or are they dead?" The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. For some reason, a trace of disgust flashed in his single eye. He didn't intend to answer. He just snorted coldly and put away his machete. Then, he walked in front of Luo Bing and stretched out his hand to poke her body a few times. Luo Bing's sealed cultivation was suddenly unsealed, and her Saint Chi started flowing through her meridians again. She stood up shakily and looked at the corpses of the fat and thin cultivators with a look of horror on her face. She quickly looked away and covered her mouth with her hand, retching again. The burly man with long hair didn't say a word. He just stood there and looked on coldly. After a long while, Luo Bing raised her head and looked at the burly man with long hair. She said, "Thank you, thank you." She thanked him profusely and sincerely. After all, if the burly man with long hair hadn't shown up suddenly, she would have suffered a tragic fate. She had never encountered such a crisis before. At that critical moment, she kept imagining that someone would show up and save her. Someone had really come to save her. Even though this person looked somewhat frightening and had a ferocious appearance, Luo Bing didn't know why she wasn't afraid of him. His tall and sturdy body, which was like an iron tower, gave her an indescribable sense of security. Luo Bing couldn't help but imagine that if she could be sheltered by his broad wings, she wouldn't suffer any misfortune in the future. This was a feeling that her father and Chiu Yu had never given her. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly beat faster. A strange feeling slowly grew in her heart. You. What's your name? Luo Bing looked at the burly man timidly and asked softly. The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. Luo Bing felt a chill run down her spine and she quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at him again. Chai-hu. The burly man with long hair suddenly blurted out these two words. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing was delighted. She raised her head and smiled. So it's Brother Chai. My name is Luo Bing, and I'm the daughter of the city lord. Have you heard of me? After she said this, she was startled. This was because she had never called another man so intimately, except for Chiu Yu. However, in front of this burly man, she naturally called out that name without feeling uncomfortable at all. Instead, after she called out his name, she actually felt a sense of joy deep in her heart, as if she had done something amazing. What's wrong with me? Luo Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. I know who you are. Chai-hu replied calmly. He looked away, as if he didn't want to frighten her with his terrifying face. That's true. I don't come out often, but since Brother Chai lives in Sky Crane City, you must have heard of me. Luo Bing pursed her lips and smiled. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment before she said, Brother Chai, I'm lost. Can you take me home? She looked delicate and weak. Moreover, she had just been frightened, so her face was still pale. Her face was still a little pale. Any man who heard this would probably not reject her. Chai-hu nodded and said, sure. Luo Bing was delighted and said, thank you. However, it's not today, Chai-hu added in a cold voice. The smile on Luo Bing's face froze. She looked at Chai-hu in a daze and said, Brother Chai. What do you mean? Chai-hu said, I need Miss Luo's help. Please come with me. Luo Bing was startled as she recalled how the two men had treated her a moment ago. Her face, which had regained some color, turned pale again. She retreated while shaking her head and saying, Are you going to treat me the same way as those two? You're thinking too much. I won't hurt you. Of course, you have to cooperate with me obediently. Chai-hu reached out to grab Luo Bing as he spoke. No. Luo Bing shouted loudly. However, Chai-hu's cultivation was much higher than the two men's, so how could she resist? She was subdued in an instant. Luo Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Today's series of encounters were more ups and downs than anything she had ever experienced in her life. She didn't expect that she would drive a wolf from the front door and face a tiger from the back door. She continued to beat Chai-hu's arm and shouted, bad guy, you're all bad guys. Chai-hu didn't move and just said coldly, don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to move. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's body stiffened. However, she quickly opened her mouth and bit the back of Chai-hu's hand. She bit him hard and soon, blood gushed out of Luo Bing's mouth. Even though her mouth was filled with the smell of blood, she still didn't let go. Chai-hu was a third-order origin king cultivator. If he really wanted to break free from Luo Bing, he only needed to exert a little bit of strength to shatter her teeth. However, for some unknown reason, Chai-hu didn't do so. He just stared at Luo Bing, who was biting the back of his hand and continuously swallowing his blood without letting go. She was instinctively trying to protect him. A complicated look flashed across his eyes before he let out a sigh and gently chopped at Luo Bing's neck. He had a good grasp of his strength and Luo Bing only let out a groan before she fell down. Although she was unconscious, 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Chai-hu bent down and picked her up. His body flickered and disappeared from his original position, leaving behind only the remains of the fat and thin cultivator. Heavenly puppet building. When Yang Kai returned, he saw Yi Jinghan anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door, constantly looking outside. Upon seeing Yang Kai, she heaved a sigh of relief and went up to him. Young Master Yang, where did you go? Yang Kai replied, I just took a walk around. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jinghan and said with a smile, what's wrong? Were you worried that I would leave without saying goodbye? Yi Jinghan waved her hand and said, No, it's just that I didn't see any trace of young Master Yang. I asked around, but no one replied. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. Ian, I wanted to inform you before I left, but it seemed like there was more than one person in your room, so I didn't disturb you." Heh heh heh. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she spat, hateful. She stamped her foot and ran into the inner hall. Chapter 2302. The next day, in the City Lord's mansion, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Sky Crane City's City Lord Luo Jin's concubine marriage ceremony, and guests from all over the world had come to congratulate him. Carriages filled with congratulatory gifts streamed into the City Lord's mansion's backyard under the guidance of the City Lord's mansion's servants, where they would be recorded and categorized into different categories before being stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was beaming with joy, as if they had just gotten married. At the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, 2 rows of handsome servants and beautiful maids welcomed the guests, all of whom wore smiles on their faces and behaved courteously. Whenever a guest arrived, the master of ceremonies would announce their sect, attracting the attention of everyone present. After entering the City Lord's mansion, someone would lead the guests to the inner hall, where they would be seated in different positions according to their status. The representatives of the powerful sects who were at the peak of their power were naturally seated at the front, followed by the lower-ranked sects and families. The further they were seated, the lower their status. No one dared to raise any objections to such an arrangement, as everyone was well aware of how powerful they were and how important their sects and families were. The City Lord's mansion's arrangements had definitely been made long ago, so they naturally wouldn't cause any displeasure. Yang Kai followed the Thousand Leaves sect's group to this place and looked around curiously. This was the first time he had attended someone else's wedding, and even though it was just a concubine marriage ceremony, it was still a major event that would affect his entire life, so he found it rather novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him of Su Yang and Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, and the others. Yang Kai blamed himself in his heart. When he had left the Homeland Star's territory, he should have held a proper wedding and let them experience the happiness of being a woman. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he owed them too much. He didn't want to come here today, but Yi Jinghan had invited him several times, and Yang Kai didn't want her to think too much about it, lest he left without saying goodbye. So, he simply followed the Thousand Leaves sect's group. Du Xian and the others also brought some congratulatory gifts from the sect. Although they were not very precious, there were still a lot of them. Before they came in, they had already been loaded in the carriage and handed over to the servants of the City Lord mansion to put them in the back hall. Then, under the guidance of another servant, they entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The inner hall was quite large, and even with over 100 tables set up, it didn't seem crowded. By the time the Thousand Leaves sect group arrived, the inside was already bustling with activity. The experts of various sects and clans were either drinking by themselves or gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to talk loudly and laugh heartily. This kind of occasion was a good opportunity for many forces to bond with each other and improve their communication. The servant leading the way led Yi Jinghan and the others to a table in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, "The master's seat is right here. Please wait for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. When the wizard heard this, his face flashed with a trace of annoyance. He grabbed the servant's collar and said in a low voice, "Our seat is here. Are you sure?" This table wasn't located at the front, but rather at the back of the middle. Aside from the Thousand Leaves sect, the rest of the dozen or so tables here were all from small families and sects. Each of these families and sects might only have a single Dao Source Realm cultivator. They were comparable in strength to the few great families in Maplewood City. Although the Thousand Leaves sect didn't have a master from the Emperor Realm, they had quite a few Dao Source Realm cultivators. It was impossible to arrange for them to be seated here. Even if they weren't seated at the front few tables, they wouldn't be far off. Such an arrangement was obviously a form of contempt and humiliation. The servant was startled by the wizard Ma and said in a panic, "This lowly one is only responsible for leading the guests to the corresponding table. I don't know anything else. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." Wizard Ma, let go. Du Xian furrowed his brows and ordered indifferently. Brother. The Wizard Ma seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Du Xian signaled him with his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, only to see many people staring at him with wide eyes. His actions had attracted the attention of many people. Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come, Du Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the Wizard Ma gritted his teeth and released the servant's collar, but he still wore an indignant look on his face. Let's sit down first. How can we let others look at us like this? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and took the lead to sit down. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples also sat down quietly, but all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The Wizard Ma gritted his teeth and said, Brother, senior sister, they're clearly trying to embarrass us. How can you endure this? Du Xian glanced at him and said, So what if we can't endure it? Are you going to destroy this place or kill that old fart? The Wizard Ma muttered, I didn't say that, but there are so many people here, and they've arranged for us to sit in such a backward position. They're clearly doing this on purpose. Yi Jinghan said, This is their territory, and it won't do us any good if we cause a ruckus here. Du Xian snorted coldly, Luo Jin has already predicted that we'll swallow this loss. Remember the humiliation we've suffered today, and we'll pay it back double in the future. The Wizard Ma wore an indignant look, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. However, the strange gazes and whispers from the surrounding cultivators made him feel as if they were mocking him and his group. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body felt uneasy. Right at this moment, Du Xian suddenly poked Yi Jinghan's arm and said in a low voice, Someone has been watching you ever since you came in. Who is it? Yi Jinghan wore a puzzled look as she turned her head to look around, only to see Qiu Yu sitting at the table in the front. Sure enough, he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She hurriedly scolded, Don't talk nonsense, he's not looking at me. Du Xian chuckled, If he's not looking at you, then who is he looking at? Junior sister Yi is a peerless beauty, so how can that little bastard Qiu Yu resist your charm? Yi Jinghan's face flushed red as she said in annoyance, You're becoming more and more improper. You're the eldest brother, so you should set a good example for others. Du Xian couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Yi Jinghan looked at him with a sweet expression. How could she not know that Du Xian was jealous? At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly interrupted, That bastard actually sent someone over. Du Xian and Yi Jinghan turned their heads to take a look, and they saw an old man, who had always been by Qiu Yu's side and was protecting him, walking towards them at a moderate pace. Du Xian furrowed his brows, What's this brat trying to do? Yi Jinghan snorted, Why bother with him? We'll return to the sect after this ceremony. I don't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. As she spoke, the old man arrived in front of their table and cupped his fists, Sorry for disturbing you. Since he was a senior, Du Xian couldn't show any displeasure, so he cupped his fists and replied, Senior Li, you're too polite. He paused for a moment before asking, May I know why Senior Li has come here? The old man surnamed Li replied calmly, I've been ordered by my young master to invite someone over. Upon hearing this, Du Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan said impatiently, Go back and tell your young master that I don't have the time. The old man surnamed Li looked at Yi Jinghan with a strange expression and said with a faint smile, Young sect master, you're overthinking things. My young master isn't here to invite you, but to invite this little brother over. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Hey! Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she asked awkwardly, Invite him over for what? Du Xian and the others also wore stunned expressions. Like Yi Jinghan, they all thought that the old man had come here to invite Yi Jinghan over. After all, Qiu Yu had always been interested in Yi Jinghan, but who would have thought that the situation would be so dramatic that Yi Jinghan couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation? The old man surnamed Li said, My young master didn't say anything, so I don't know. He just asked me to invite this little brother over. Upon hearing this, everyone cast their gazes at Yang Kai. The corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching when they saw him. At some point in time, Yang Kai had placed a fruit platter on the table in front of him and was holding a spirit fruit in each hand, stuffing them into his mouth and eating them with relish. There were even a few spirit fruit pits on the table in front of him. No one knew when he started eating, but in just a short while, he had already eaten almost half of the spirit fruits. The way he ate and wolfed down the spirit fruit made him look like a reincarnated ghost who had been starving for hundreds of years, leaving the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples dumbfounded. Moreover, because the old man surnamed Li had suddenly come to this table, many people were looking over curiously. Upon seeing the way Yang Kai was eating, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh with disdain in their eyes. They all thought that this guy was probably a country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. A plate of spirit fruits was enough to make him make a fool of himself. The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples felt uneasy. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's face was burning hot and she poked him lightly, hinting for him to restrain himself. Yang Kai turned his head and stuffed an unknown spirit fruit into his mouth. His mouth was filled with saliva as he chewed on it. He then passed the fruit platter to Yi Jinghan and said, "Do you want it? If you want it, just take it." The corners of Yi Jinghan's mouth twitched and her face became even redder. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and passed the fruit platter to the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, saying, "Don't stand on ceremony. It tastes pretty good and you can even increase your cultivation if you eat more of it. These spirit fruits should have been picked not long ago and are very fresh and delicious." The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know Yang Kai's background and they didn't know why Yi Jinghan had brought him along with her. When they saw him acting so shamefully, they all turned their heads away and acted as if they weren't familiar with him. Cough. Du Xian coughed lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, this Senior Li is looking for you." "Where did this Senior Li come from?" Yang Kai asked. "What Senior Li?" "Little brother, we meet again." The veins on the old man surnamed Li's forehead bulged. He had been left standing there for a long time and Yang Kai had treated him as if he didn't exist. He was still a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so he was naturally annoyed. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him, grinning, "So it's you. What are you doing here instead of following Chiu Yu?" Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old man Li suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not going." Yang Kai refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Chiu Yu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old man Li also did not expect Yang Kai to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice. "Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age." "This old man will say it again." Yang Kai chuckled and interrupted him, "I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy?" As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old man Li's face sank as he said, "Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out?" His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation and reputation. Yang Kai continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice, "You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog?" Pu. Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. "You." Old man Li flew into a rage. Yang Kai snorted, "Stop with the you and me. If Chiu Yu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around. After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, "He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from." Then, he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. "Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you." Old Man Lee was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today, he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Yang Kai a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Yang Kai a lesson. After Old Lee left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement, he said, "Brother Yang, I like you so much." Yang Kai shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm only interested in women." Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, "Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, what you did just now was too satisfying." Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Yang Kai, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Yang Kai had humiliated Old Man Lee in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they were to do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Yang Kai, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Lee returned to Chiu Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Chiu Yu raised his head and looked in Yang Kai's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Kai was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Chiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Chiu, this is the place where the City Lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the City Lord's master, are you?" Chiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." "Just a few words?" Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Chiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Yang Kai. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all, so what kind of grudge could there be between them? Chiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Yang Kai's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Chiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Yang Kai didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today, your gaze is unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Chiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered, "Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination." Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death chi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Chiu Yu sneered. "Today is the City Lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune? It's up to you to believe it or not. Yang Kai curled his lips. Chiu Yu furrowed his brows and said, Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it? Quickly pack up your things and get out of here, Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Chiu Yu disdainfully. Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter? Chiu Yu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question. What is it? Chiu Yu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Chiu Yu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, You didn't go back. Brother Chiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice? Chiu Yu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay. After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Chiu Yu. That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday? Are you sure about this? Chiu Yu nodded and said, I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her. Yang Kai said with a smile, The City Lord's master doesn't know about this, does he? Chiu Yu said, If the City Lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The City Lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter. He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday, Chiu Yu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, Brother Chiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing. It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture, Chiu Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, Brother Chiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves Sect's people. Moreover, I just came here, and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing? Really? Chiu Yu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, If someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter? Chiu Yu's expression changed and he said, Okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful. Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Farewell. Chiu Yu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. Brother Yang, what do you want? Chiu Yu asked with a frown. Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Chiu for a small favor. Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Chiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. What is it? Chiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, Brother Chiu, can you help us change seats? Chiu Yu asked doubtfully, Change seats? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place. The corners of Chiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, Then, where do you want to change seats? Yang Kai pointed and said, I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty. Chiu Yu's face darkened and he asked, Do you know who is sitting there? Yang Kai said with a smile, In short, it's a table for people to sit there. No, I can't do that. Chiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold and he said, Brother Chiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood? Chiu Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, what code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity? Chapter 2304. Chiu Yu sighed and said, Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai smiled and said, don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change? Chiu Yu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, so what if I change? So what if I don't change? Yang Kai chuckled and patted Chiu Yu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the city lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters. Enough. Chiu Yu's face turned cold and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, you're threatening me, am I? Yang Kai blinked. Brother Chiu, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you. Chiu Yu said angrily, I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing, you despicable person. Yang Kai said with a smile, young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body. Chiu Yu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves sects group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Chiu Yu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves sects group and cupped his fists. Master. We've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward, thank you for your trouble. While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still at a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, what's going on? What did you tell Chiu Yu? She knew that with Thousand Leaves sect's current strength and relationship with Sky Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Chiu Yu. After all, Chiu Yu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, it's nothing. Brother Chiu and I feel like old friends at first sight, so when we meet again, we have a heart-to-heart talk. He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table. No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said, only a fool would believe you. Yang Kai said, Brother Chiu is a pretty good person. Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves sect and Sky Crane City, but at this moment, Thousand Leaves sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became strange. The members of Thousand Leaves sect were also restless. They could feel many strange gazes directed at them from all around, making them feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by people who came later. The noisy atmosphere in the inner hall gradually returned to normal. At a certain moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The City Lord's master has arrived." As soon as this shout was heard, The entire inner hall quieted down and everyone looked in the same direction. A man wearing a red robe walked out with a joyful smile on his face and cupped his fists in all directions. Greetings, City Lord's Master. Long time no see. The City Lord's Master is even more elegant than before. I'm so envious. Congratulations to the City Lord's Master for marrying such a beautiful lady. The Master is really a role model for our generation. On this joyous occasion, I wish the City Lord's Master good health, a prosperous martial path, a continuous line of descendants, and an everlasting family. Guests from all around congratulated him with smiles plastered on their faces, trying their best to flatter him. The man wearing the red robe was also exchanging pleasantries with a carefree smile on his face. Is that Luo Jin? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and asked Yi Jinghan in a low voice. Yi Jinghan's face sank and she nodded, that's him. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. If you didn't mention it, I would have thought that he was Luo Jin's father. This was also the first time that Yang Kai had seen the City Lord of Sky Crane City. He had assumed that since this guy could take in 15 concubines, he would be full of energy and would not look too old, even if he had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. However, the person in front of him was an old man with sparse white hair. Although he had a good cultivation, his vitality was weak and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years and had no hope of advancing to the Emperor realm. The crimson robe he wore accentuated his age even more. Whose girl is this? She must be blind. The wizard Ma shook his head and felt sad for the woman who was marrying Luo Jin today. Shut up. Be careful of your words. Du Xian glared fiercely at the wizard Ma and said in a low voice, it's not like you don't know that none of Luo Jin's concubines willingly married him. The wizard Ma snorted, it's because he has done so many bad things, like bullying men and taking women, that he has never had a child. Good and evil will be repaid in the end. You're still talking. The wizard Ma curled his lips. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. The atmosphere was lively and festive. After a long while, a voice shouted out, the auspicious time has arrived. In an instant, the sound of wind instruments rang out. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. It was as if the roof was about to be lifted. Luo Jin's face emitted a red glow as he straightened his clothes and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, all of them with smiles on their faces and eyes filled with anticipation. There seemed to be a melodious tune coming from outside, accompanied by the sound of music. A wedding procession gradually entered everyone's sight. A woman dressed as a matchmaker walked at the front, twisting her plump, bucket-like waist and wearing a sweet smile on her face. Beside a four-sedan chair, she slowly made her way over, trying her best to show off. Behind the sedan chair, there were boys and girls following behind, continuously scattering petals from the baskets in their hands. Everywhere the sedan chair passed, the petals paved the way, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. After the flower baskets, there were 2 rows of boys and girls, each carrying a lantern, following behind the sedan chair. On top of the lanterns, there were various festive words such as 100 years of bliss and a happy marriage. After that, it was the wedding procession. All of them were girls, and all of them were weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, as if they were part of the bride's family. The short journey took a full 10 minutes before the sedan chair arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Drop the sedan chair, someone shouted, and the sedan chair landed steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair, extending her hand inside. Immediately after, then, a white and soft Yi came up to him. Just this small hand alone was enough to cause the eyes of countless men to light up. Her jade-like hand was white and flawless, while her skin was as white as snow, appearing so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. It caused people's imaginations to run wild, as they secretly thought that a person with such jade-like hands would definitely be an enchanting beauty. However, this person was about to become Luo Jin's 15th concubine, causing people to wring their hands in pity, envy, and jealousy. Immediately after, a large red embroidered shoe extended out from the sedan chair, landing on the red carpet at the entrance. Only then did a dazzling and beautiful figure appear in everyone's line of sight. The bride wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her head. Her wedding dress was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings, while the phoenix coronet that was adorned with pearls and jade covered her face that caused people's imaginations to run wild. At this moment, countless people were cursing in their hearts. The phoenix coronet and red veil on the bride's head seemed to have the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. Impressively, they were extraordinary artifact. All of the divine sense released by the cultivator who wanted to secretly check on the bride's appearance was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. Luo Jin seemed to know what everyone was thinking at this moment, as he glanced left and right. After giving a silent warning, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Yang Kai also curled his lips fiercely at this moment. Just like everyone else, he had secretly released his divine sense in an attempt to see what the bride looked like. However, he did not expect to be obstructed by the artifact. The artifact's power was extraordinary. If he had forcefully activated his divine sense, he would have been able to break it open and see what the bride looked like. However, this was a concubine ceremony after all. If he really did so, he would definitely attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he only gave it a try and did not try again, instead choosing to quietly observe. At this moment, the bride was being supported and led by the matchmaker as she walked step by step towards the inner hall. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her figure was faintly discernible under the wedding dress. This woman had a beautiful figure and was definitely a graceful person. As Yang Kai observed her, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. More importantly, the palpitations and irritability from yesterday suddenly surged up again, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and the others, only to see that they did not seem to have noticed anything. However, the scene before him seemed to have stimulated some kind of desire deep in Yi Jinghan's heart. At this moment, she looked at the bride walking step by step towards them with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes, as if she was fantasizing about the day when she would be able to wear such a phoenix coronet and red veil and marry the person she loved the most. She stole a glance at Du Xian, her small face turning slightly red. Not long after, the group finally arrived at the inner hall. The matchmaker handed the ribbon in her hand to Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Master, I'm handing the bride over to you. You must treat her well in the future." Luo Jin laughed heartily. "I definitely won't let her be bullied in the slightest." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why is my life so hard? I haven't met a man like Master." The group burst into laughter, causing the lively atmosphere to reach its peak in an instant. Chapter 2305. Within the inner hall, Luo Jin held onto the bride's ribbon as he gave a faint smile, before turning around and walking inside. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the table to the left of Yang Kai and the others. With a faint smile, he walked towards the two of them and stood in front of them. The sound of the wind instruments and the silence of the gongs and drums made the scene solemn and dignified. The old man smiled. This old man is extremely honored to be able to witness this marriage for the City Lord's master. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "On such a beautiful day, the two of you have tied the knot and brought about the union of Qin and Jin. I hope that the two of you will love each other dearly in the future and live a long and happy life together. Do the two of you agree?" Luo Jin smiled. "This Luo agrees." The old man nodded, before turning towards the bride and asking, "What about you?" The bride's body trembled slightly, before a sweet-sounding voice rang out from within the phoenix crown, "I." As those words rang out, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart grew even more intense. He felt that he should be extremely familiar with that voice. Before he could continue trying to figure out exactly who that voice belonged to, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from somewhere within the inner hall, "I don't agree." As those words rang out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice, wondering which reckless person actually dared to embarrass the City Lord's master in front of so many experts. Anger filled Luo Jin's face as he turned his head and roared, "Who dares to do such a thing?" His face was so malevolent that it was practically distorted. Today was the day of his marriage ceremony, a joyous occasion. However, he never expected that it would be ruined at such a crucial moment. Dense killing intent involuntarily rose in his heart. A chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Carefully examining the source of the voice, he snorted coldly, "What's wrong? You have the guts to ruin this king's plans, yet you don't have the guts to stand up and admit it." A guest immediately shouted from the side, "Obediently stand up and apologize to the city lord's master, and perhaps we can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Luo Jin replied, "Today is this king's wedding day, and this king doesn't want to take anyone's life. Obediently stand up, and this king won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from somewhere in the crowd. That person's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see her true appearance. However, judging from her tall figure, she was clearly a woman. "Take him down." Seeing this person stand up, Luo Jin waved his hand fiercely. "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." Several city lord residents' cultivator immediately charged towards that person. The woman stood there. She didn't seem to panic at all. Just as those people were about to rush in front of her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black veil on her head, revealing her true appearance. Under everyone's gaze, all of them suddenly widened their eyes and were flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. "Ah! This, young miss." The cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was rushing towards the woman was originally aggressive. They were prepared to capture this woman and bring her to a secret place to punish her. However, when they saw her appearance, their expressions changed drastically. They withdrew their attacks in midair and landed on the ground in a sorry state. They were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the person who had ruined the concubine ceremony at such a crucial moment was none other than the city lord's mansion's young miss, Luo Bing. Qiu Yu suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Bing with a stunned expression. He never expected that Luo Bing had been in the inner hall all this time and had even ruined the city lord's master's ceremony. He had just separated from Luo Bing yesterday, and she was still fine at that time. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Luo Bing would do such a thing in just one night. For a moment, the inner hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at Luo Bing with strange expressions, not knowing what she was up to. "Bing Luo Jin's body shook as he stared at Luo Bing with his eyes wide open. "Why did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, "Who bullied you?" He saw that his precious daughter's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. Furthermore, her voice was hoarse, so he didn't immediately recognize Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Qiu Yu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Luo Bing would say his name. He thought that Luo Bing was acting like this because of him. "No one bullied me." Luo Bing pursed her red lips. "Is there really no one?" Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "There really isn't anyone." Luo Bing shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "Father, I have something to ask of you." Luo Jin sighed and said, "We'll talk about it later. You should go back to your room and rest first." He was furious in the depths of his heart, blaming Luo Bing for not seeing the big picture and damaging his dignity and face in front of so many powerful people. He just wanted to finish the ceremony quickly and ask Luo Bing what was going on. However, Luo Bing didn't seem to want to listen to him obediently. She just shook her head and said, "No, I have to ask you for this now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." "Bing Luo Jin shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Luo Bing's body trembled instinctively, as if she was afraid. However, her gaze was firm as she continued to look at her father with a pleading look. Luo Jin looked at her and immediately knew that he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and smile at the guests. "Everyone, please don't make a fool of yourself. My daughter has been spoiled too much by this king, so she was a little mischievous. I hope she didn't spoil everyone's mood." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but relax. They had long heard that Luo Bing was doted on by the city lord master, but they didn't expect that it was to the extent that she dared to cause trouble during the ceremony. They all expressed that they didn't mind, looking very considerate of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Luo Bing and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me? You chose this time. If it's too difficult, let's see how I'll deal with you later." Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, it wasn't a real threat, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the City Lord Master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. "Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father." When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while, Luo Jin said, "Bing, go and rest. You're probably too tired." He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. "Father, promise me," Luo Bing begged. "Impudent!" Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. "It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission." "Father," Luo Bing cried, "I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go." Hiss! The sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves, as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. "If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient." Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Bing said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go." Luo Jin said angrily, "What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her." Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck. Looking around at everyone with his white eyes, he snorted coldly, "I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over." The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed over turned pale with fright. They fell from the air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. "It's him." A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. He still remembered that he had bumped into this brawny man in the restaurant yesterday. That fellow seemed to be called Chai Hu. At that time, he had left the restaurant early because he had gotten into a conflict with another group of people. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this Chai Hu fellow would actually sneak into the ceremony and even dare to hold the city lord's mansion's young lady hostage in front of everyone. However, this person's cultivation was only at the third-order origin king realm. Even if he had Luo Bing in his hands, his fate would still be worrying. Thinking about this, Yang Kai turned to look at the bride standing beside Luo Jin. Ever since he saw this bride, he had a strange feeling. At this moment, he saw the bride's tender body trembling, as if she was struggling against something. Chapter 2306. One-eyed Chai who had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Chi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. Old man Luo Jin, if you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves. Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered, before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Bing Er's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so." Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted, "Father, I said those words myself. I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed brawny man and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath, before speaking out in a deep voice, "Bing Er, don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked towards Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions?" Chai Hu gave a cold laugh before replying, "Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price." He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chai Hu, "Friend, you're being too impulsive. The City Lord Master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young lady Luo Bing is also innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young lady Luo Bing, and the City Lord Master will definitely not make things difficult for you. That's right. Release young lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the City Lord Master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson." A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people tried to persuade Chai Hu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chai Hu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. "Shut up, all of you," Chai-Hu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. "If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word," Chai-Hu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luo Bing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, "Speak. What exactly do you want this king to do?" Chai-Hu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin. "Release that person beside you." "Who are you referring to?" Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chai-Hu roared, "If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life." Luo Jin's face changed slightly. "Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride?" Chai-Hu sneered, "She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her." Luo Jin said, "You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you?" Chai-Hu said, "How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming." Luo Jin smiled, "You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you, you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this? You ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that?" Hearing this, Chai-Hu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you serious?" Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or, are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily." Someone replied, "That's right, we're all willing to testify for the city master." "Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable." Chai-Hu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded, "Fine, I'll believe you this once." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice, "Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or, are you being threatened by him? Don't worry, if you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife." Luo Jin gave a faint smile, his expression calm. "Shut up," Chai-Hu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side and had not said a single word even when Chai-Hu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment, before Yu-Er's voice rang out from behind the red veil, "I am willing." "What?" Chai-Hu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's, and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, he was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. "This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her." "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chai-Hu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chai-Hu had said. After all, Chai-Hu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible," Chai-Hu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted, "This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do." "That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise, it won't look good for everyone." "That's right. If you let young lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the City Lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know when to stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way. The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chai-Hu was extremely bad. That's impossible. Chai-Hu continued to nag, it's impossible for fifth sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, it must be big brother, second brother, and the others, right? Brat, what exactly are you talking about? The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chai-Hu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth. You're really sinister, old man. You actually used big brother and second brother to force fifth sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, you dare to go back on your word? Chai-Hu sneered, what's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take fifth sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die. As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, wait, are you going to let her go or not? Chai-Hu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail. As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chai-Hu's face as he shouted, fifth sister, come here first. After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked towards Chai-Hu, step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chai-Hu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, City Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations? Du Xian's expression changed slightly, as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice, Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to. Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai-Hu. Looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai-Hu's single eye as he spoke out, Fifth sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, we'll fly far away and never return to Sky Crane City. Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai-Hu's side and stood there. Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave? Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. Where there's a will, there's a way, Chai-Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile. This king feels that it's better for you to stay. Chai-Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in midair, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai-Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish swish swish, The experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the city lord master's wedding ceremony, so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chai-Hu would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chai-Hu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister, why?" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chai-Hu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic qi. Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from origin energy. It carried a pure demonic yuan qi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic yuan qi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary, it was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races, so it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yi Jinghan, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the first-order Dao Source realm. "Young Master Yang, what's wrong?" Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. "Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony." Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few city lords' mansion guards nodded their heads, before taking action to seal Chai-Hu's cultivation and detain him. "Don't!" Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chai-Hu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chai-Hu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might. Opening her arms wide, she stood in front of Chai-Hu, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chai-Hu caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chai-Hu using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chai-Hu? Why had she walked right into their trap? "Binger, what nonsense are you making?" Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? "Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him," Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, "Benefactor?" Luo Bing replied, "That's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me." "Yesterday?" Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, "Didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you?" Luo Bing shook her head, "I'll explain everything to father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him for now. Let him go." Upon hearing her words, Chiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash, he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm. "Little sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the city lord's master say not to hurt him? Be obedient." Luo Bing shook her head and said, "Then let him go now." A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Chiu Yu, "Young Master Chiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest." Chiu Yu nodded, "I'll obey the master's orders." As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Chiu Yu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Chai Hu appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only eye red, "Fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart?" Luo Jin sneered, "This king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite." A guest at the side shouted out, "City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable." That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chai Hu roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before roaring, "Then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king." After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, "Are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer." Today, he had been disrupted by someone, causing him to lose face. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue, let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. "I." A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such a time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face, before raising his hand. "I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry. Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury. That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jing Han, Du Xian, and the others? This is going to be interesting." Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chai Hu was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Chiu Yu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms, but when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yi Jing Han was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up, while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. "Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Du Xian's expression also changed slightly, as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter. Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while, he asked, "Is your excellency also from Thousand Leaves sect? Why have I never seen you before?" What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Then, how should I address your excellency?" Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that, instead focusing on the reaction of the bride, he said in a clear voice, "High Heaven sect." Yang Kai. High Heaven sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory? Why haven't I heard of it before? Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before. The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yi Jinghan and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai Hu earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now, his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven sect, so he frowned and asked, "Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king?" Yang Kai grinned. "Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom, this was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Yang Kai say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Yang Kai. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. "This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions." As he spoke, he cupped his fists slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if Yang Kai continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Kai smiled. "City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like." The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, everyone knows that the city Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the city lord's wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the city lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the city lord master's prestige. Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. You flatter me, little brother. He secretly thought to himself, so this brat isn't looking for trouble, but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th city lord's wife. City lord master can't keep hiding her and keep everyone in suspense, right? Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows, we might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so, everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king, so don't blame this king for getting angry. Alright, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Yang Kai took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Yang Kai, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Yang Kai would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. "Young Master Yang, please come back." Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them, before replying in an indifferent tone, "This is my personal matter. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me." Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she waved her hand. "That's not what I meant, it's just that." Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence, before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, "City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine? Has this brat gone mad?" On the other side, Chiu Yu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the City Lord's Mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, "Little brother, help me take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away. Impudent." Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner, "Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose. While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself." Luo Jin roared out furiously, "Take him down." Following his order, a dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the City Lord's Master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Qi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the third-order Dao Source realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. "What are you all in a daze for? Attack together!" Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more City Lord's mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 2309. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the point of collision, wanting to know how Yang Kai was going to deal with such a dangerous situation. However, to their great disappointment, Yang Kai did not manage to escape, nor did he move in the slightest. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's expression changed drastically as she cried out. With his second-order Dao Source realm cultivation, it was impossible for Yang Kai to defend against such a ferocious attack. She felt that Yang Kai was most likely dead. Luo Jin sneered as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. After a short while, the energy dissipated, revealing a gigantic crater where Yang Kai had been standing. However, there was not a single trace of Yang Kai. Where is he? Where did he go? Is he dead? Have they been reduced to ashes? That makes sense. This little brat is here to make people laugh, right? He's all bark and no bite. With so many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion taking action together, Even the third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators would die without a doubt. How could this little brat block them at such a young age? He's definitely going to die without a burial ground. Seeing this, everyone could not help but start to discuss amongst themselves. Some felt pity for Yang Kai's untimely death, some mocked Yang Kai for overestimating himself, while some immediately started to flatter Luo Jin and flatter him endlessly. A faint smile hung on Luo Jin's face, but a faint feeling of uneasiness was growing in his heart, causing his entire body to feel uneasy. On the other hand, Chai Hu's face had turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long while. At the other table, Du Xian's face had also turned deathly pale as he continuously swallowed his saliva, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Only after a long while did he wake up from his stupor did he roar, "We have to hurry up and leave, before it's too late." Yang Kai was already dead. Although Yang Kai had no relationship with Thousand Leaves sect, he was still sitting at the table with them. However, he had been sitting at the same table as them just now, so it was inevitable that some people would misunderstand. This was especially true for Luo Jin, as he might take this opportunity to cause trouble for the Thousand Leaves sect and forcefully detain them here. If Luo Jin really did so, he would have a good reason to do so, and would not be blamed by others. Thinking of this, Du Xian immediately panicked. As he spoke, he hurriedly grabbed hold of Yi Jinghan, intending to sneak away while everyone's attention was on them. However, Yi Jinghan didn't move at all and just kept looking around with her beautiful eyes. "Yi Zi, what are you doing?" Du Xian panicked. Yi Jinghan replied, "Young Master Yang won't die. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily." Du Xian didn't know where her confidence came from. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "He is already dead." "What are you still looking for?" Yi Jinghan replied, "I've seen young Master Yang's abilities before. How could he possibly die just like that?" After all, Yang Kai had promised her that he would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the Transrealm spatial array, as this was related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How could Yi Jinghan not be attentive? Before seeing Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was definitely not dead. So what if his powerful 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, Yi? Du Xian tried his best to persuade him. "I believe in him." Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and continued to search the void. All of a sudden, she seemed to have discovered something and stared intently in a certain direction. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Du Xian and the others were stunned. Following her gaze, they saw a master from the City Lord's mansion standing there. He seemed to be a second-order Dao Source Realm master, and was one of the people who had participated in the attack on Yang Kai. However, at this very moment, a faint phantom image had appeared behind this person's back. This phantom image gradually solidified into Yang Kai's appearance. "This." Du Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he said in a trembling voice, "He's really not dead." The depths of his heart throbbed. Just how strong was this person? How could he escape from such an attack without anyone noticing? Not only was he not dead, he was completely unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Many divine senses covered the hall. The few masters from the third-order Dao Source realm seemed to have not let down their guard. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, they detected him. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Luo Jin's face changed drastically as he roared, "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Yang Kai poked his head out from behind the second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Looking at Luo Jin with a sinister smile, he waved his hand in front of him, causing a concealed space principle fluctuation to appear, before quickly dissipating. After doing that, he spoke, "I've already said it. If anyone dares to take action against me, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he said those words, Luo Jin inexplicably shivered as an extremely uneasy feeling started to spread in his heart. Right at that moment, the second-order Dao Source realm cultivator in front of Yang Kai suddenly fell forward. Before his body landed on the ground, blood spurted out from his neck as his head flew high into the air. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions as countless people looked at Yang Kai in horror, retreating continuously to put some distance between them. The person who had just died was a famous master in Sky Crane City. He had always been Luo Jin's right-hand man and was a Vice City Lord-level master who governed Sky Crane City together with Luo Jin. However, such a master had been silently killed by Yang Kai. From the blank look in his eyes before he died, it seemed that he did not realize what had happened until the moment of his death. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was this young man to be able to kill a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator so stealthily? Even the person who had been killed did not notice it. Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin and said calmly, "I'm sorry to let City Lord Master see blood on such a big day, so I hope that no one will stop me." After saying that, he walked towards the bride, who had been standing motionless all this time. Along the way, everyone unconsciously opened up a path for him, while the cultivator from the City Lord's mansion slowly retreated with ugly expressions. No one dared to disturb him. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water as he stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes flickering with thick murderous intent. This young man named Yang Kai had caused a huge commotion during today's ceremony, so his prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. If he could not save his face, how could he establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future? However, several second-order Dao Source Realm Masters were unable to do anything to him, so he was afraid that only he could subdue him. Thinking of this, Luo Jin glanced at a certain spot in the crowd without anyone noticing. Over there, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the bride with a complicated look on his face. He reached out to grab the bride's red veil and said, "Excuse me." The surrounding guests all opened their eyes wide. On one hand, they wanted to know how the situation would develop, but on the other hand, they were also curious about the bride's appearance. Yang Kai had caused such a commotion because he wanted to see what the bride looked like. He had even not hesitated to offend the City Lord's mansion and kill a Vice City Lord. Because of this, even those who were not curious about the bride's appearance became interested. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths, waiting to witness this crucial moment. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to grab the red veil, the bride in front of him suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. At the same time, monster chi surged from her delicate body and she sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. The palm contained an extremely powerful energy. "Be careful." Chai Hu roared out fiercely. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the bride just now. If not for that, how could he have been captured so easily with a hostage in his hands? Seeing this unforeseen event, Yi Jinghan cried out in alarm. The palm strike was extremely powerful, and Yang Kai did not dare to block it due to his apprehension for fear of injuring the bride. As such, he allowed the jade-like hand to strike his chest. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying backwards. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew through the air, while his internal organs churned. At this moment, Luo Jin had already arrived behind Yang Kai without anyone noticing. Suddenly, he summoned a jade scepter-like artifact and sent it smashing down heavily towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a malevolent grin appeared on his face. "This king will send you on your way." As his words rang out, the jade scepter smashed into Yang Kai's body. Radiance blossomed from the scepter as it radiated with an extremely mysterious power. In an instant, a black hole appeared in the air and devoured Yang Kai's body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body was torn apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Luo Jin laughed heartily. "This is the result of disobeying this king." The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the jade scepter in Luo Jin's hand. It was as if this artifact was an extremely powerful artifact. However, in the next instant, the smile on Luo Jin's face froze, as he suddenly discovered that not a single drop of blood flowed out from Yang Kai's shattered body. Instead, it started to distort under his gaze, before dissipating like smoke. An after-image. Luo Jin's expression changed greatly, as he never expected that such a foolproof sneak attack would actually fail. "So it was you who messed around." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, causing the surrounding guests to jump in fright. Their expressions changed greatly as they retreated backwards. By the time they turned their heads to take a look, they saw Yang Kai reaching out to grab a middle-aged man by the neck with a sneer on his face. The crowd did not seem to recognize this middle-aged man, and upon seeing his misfortune, they could not help but reveal looks of sympathy, as they did not know why Yang Kai had targeted him. This middle-aged man had a cultivation of the first-order Dao source realm, and his strength was pretty good. However, after personally witnessing Yang Kai killing the Vice City Lord, how could he dare to resist? His body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Little brother, let's talk things over properly. What's the meaning of this?" Yang Kai exerted a bit of force, causing creaking sounds to ring out from the middle-aged man's neck as he sneered, "Stop acting in front of me. Tell me, exactly how did you manage to control the bride?" Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and panic filled his eyes as he tried his best to cover it up. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about in your heart. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to obediently dispel that secret technique. If not, you'll never be able to dispel it." The middle-aged man instantly panicked as he shot a pleading look towards Luo Jin. Upon hearing those words, the despairing Chai who seemed to have realized something. Struggling to crawl up, he looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 23:10. A faint smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Chai who with some sympathy. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Are you feeling very sad and desperate? The person that you risked your life to save actually attacked you from behind. How does that feel?" Chai whose face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with his single eye. Yang Kai replied, "She didn't take action of her own accord." Chai who was shocked as he clenched his teeth, "Are you saying that she was controlled by someone?" As he spoke, he shot a hateful look at the middle-aged man that Yang Kai was holding in his hand, killing intent surging from his face as he asked, "Could it be that person?" Yang Kai laughed heartily, "You finally understand." A vexed look appeared on Chai whose face as he replied, "I should have understood long ago. I should have understood long ago. How could fifth sister attack me from behind? Damn it. I should have understood long ago. Why am I so stupid? I, Chai who, am the stupidest person under the heavens." As he shouted, a look of guilt and self-blame appeared on his face. "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing's face was covered in tears. It was unknown whether it was due to the shock or something else, but she rushed forward and pushed away the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was holding Chai Hu down. She then opened her arms and stood in front of Chai Hu like a mother hen, shouting, "Big brother Chai, leave. I'll stop them." She didn't know why she would do such a thing. Before she met Chai Hu, she was still the princess of the city lord's mansion. She was pampered and cared for, living a carefree and happy life every day. However, in just a single night, she felt as though she had matured a lot. When she saw Chai Hu's heartbroken and self-blaming expression, she felt an indescribable heartache. Her body couldn't help but take action. She simply didn't think too much about it. Bing-er. Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes spewing flames of fury as he glared fiercely at his daughter. He never expected that his obedient and well-behaved daughter would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. She had even gone as far as to protect the Avildor who had ruined his marriage ceremony. He felt as though the world was spinning as a raging inferno started to burn in the depths of his heart. "Father, let big brother Chai leave. I beg you, he is my savior. You can't hurt him." Luo Bing knelt on the ground, weeping and begging bitterly. A complicated emotion surfaced in Chai Hu's single eye as he stared blankly at the delicate figure before him, while his heart was filled with complex feelings. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed as they stared at the weeping Luo Bing. His heart was filled with respect. "Lady Bing, well done." Yang Kai laughed from the side and gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light as he shouted, "Don't worry, your big brother Chai won't be hurt today. I guarantee it with my life." Luo Bing heard this. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Really? Are you sure?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I promise." Luo Bing wiped her tears and said happily, thank you. Take him away quickly. Big brother Chai's cultivation has been sealed by them, so he can't leave by himself. You are so powerful, so you can definitely take him away." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. That won't do. I still have things to do. I'll take him away once I'm done. He paused for a moment, before continuing with a faint smile, of course. If Lady Bing wants to leave with us, you can come with us. Me? Luo Bing was startled upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her father, before looking at Chai Hu behind her. With a sad smile, she said, forget about me, I have to stay by my father's side. Luo Jin closed his eyes and said in a pained voice, Bing if you don't return to your room and continue to spout nonsense here, your father won't have a daughter like you anymore. He had had enough. He felt that he had spoiled Luo Bing too much, which had led her to do such a disgraceful thing today. The pain in his heart was far greater than the anger he felt when Yang Kai and Chai Hu disrupted the ceremony. Luo Bing's tender body started to tremble as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked pitifully at her father, tears flowing down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Luo Jin had never been so strict with her, nor had he ever said such heartless words to her. This caused her to be unable to accept it for a moment, causing her to become completely dumbfounded. As for you too. Although Luo Jin was furious at his daughter's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to look at Luo Bing when he saw her in such a state. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said fiercely, none of you can leave today. Activate the array. As soon as he finished speaking, the City Lord's mansion suddenly buzzed and a surge of energy surged. A layer of solid light curtain suddenly appeared outside the entire City Lord's mansion. Clearly, some kind of array had been activated, sealing off the entire City Lord's mansion. That's exactly what I wanted. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Now, before this matter is resolved, none of you can think of escaping. This brat is crazy. He's really crazy. He actually dares to offend the City Lord's mansion by himself. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. He's still young and full of vigor. It looks like he's going to die here. Why do you care so much? Just watch the show. A flurry of discussions rang out as the surrounding guests retreated far away from the scene, leaving a large empty space in the center, leaving only Yang Kai and the middle-aged man he had subdued. Tell me, what method did you use to control the bride? I don't have much patience, so if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you right away. Yang Kai's palm pulsed with source chi as he stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm, which was one level lower than Yang Kai's. When he heard this, his expression changed greatly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, Little brother, you must have misunderstood. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and made a small cut on his arm. Pu, a soft sound rang out as the man watched his arm fly out from his body, exploding into a bloody mist in midair. In the next moment, dark red blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. Ah, my arm! The middle-aged man cried out miserably. Due to the pain, his face seemed to have twisted together. This is just a small warning. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer next time, your head will fly out. A chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said coldly, no matter what method you use to control the bride, I believe that as long as you die, the bride will be able to escape, right? The middle-aged man's body trembled, his face filled with fear and shock. As he shouted out, he shot a look in Luo Jin's direction, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly. Clenching his teeth, he shouted out, kill me. It's useless even if you kill me. If I die, the bride will definitely die as well. As his words rang out, the surrounding guests instantly went into an uproar, while Luo Jin's face sank and turned incomparably ashen. Although the middle-aged man did not directly reveal any information, his words were enough to explain some things. If not for the bride not agreeing to this marriage, why would Luo Jin want to control her? If she was truly willing, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. In other words, she was truly being forced to marry Luo Jin. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chai Hu's single eye suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance as he grinned foolishly, appearing as though the knot in his heart had been untied. Seeing him so happy, Luo Bing could not help but giggle, causing her to look extremely beautiful. You want to lie to me? Yang Kai snorted coldly, before speaking out in a sinister voice, "Do you know the price of lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you," the middle-aged man shouted out, "everything I've said is true." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, but was unable to see any trace of lying in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, "Good. Since that's the case, remove that secret technique." Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he shook his head continuously. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai roared out fiercely. The middle-aged man replied, "If I don't remove it, you won't dare to kill me. However, if I remove it, I'll definitely die." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. If he did not remove the secret technique, Yang Kai would naturally not take his life out of fear of harming the innocent. However, if he removed it, not to mention whether Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river, even Luo Jin would definitely not let him off. Today, Luo Jin had already lost all of his face. If the middle-aged man's actions were not to his liking, how could Luo Jin take things lying down? He had a heart of tolerance for Luo Bing, and was helpless against Yang Kai. However, he would definitely turn this middle-aged man into ashes. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "What a good plan you've made." The middle-aged man gave a miserable laugh. "I was forced by the circumstances. I hope that little brother will not blame me." "Then tell me, exactly what kind of secret technique is that?" Yang Kai asked once again. The middle-aged man timidly glanced at Luo Jin, only to see the cold expression on Luo Jin's face, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. "It looks like you're determined not to cooperate with me. Fine, I won't take your life, but I can chop off your limbs." Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand to do the same. "Wait." The middle-aged man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he shouted out loudly upon hearing this. "What else do you have to say?" Yang Kai asked in a stern voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before clenching his teeth and saying, "That wasn't a secret technique. It wasn't a secret technique?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Then, what method did you use to control the bride?" The middle-aged man cried out, "I can't tell you. Little brother, please let me go. I can only tell you this much. I have elders and children in my family, and I also live in Sky Crane City. Little brother, please be magnanimous." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, knowing that he wouldn't get any results even if he continued to force him. Thus, he threw the middle-aged man towards the Thousand Leaves sect side and said through clenched teeth, "Misty, help me keep an eye on him. If he dares to play any tricks, just kill him." "Oh." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan came back to her senses and hurriedly reached out to grab the middle-aged man, restraining him by her side. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and come to the bride's side. This time, the bride didn't attack him, instead standing in place like a statue. However, as Yang Kai approached her, her breathing started to become rapid, as if she was extremely excited. Even her delicate body started to tremble slightly. Chapter 23:11. After a short while, Yang Kai finally arrived before the bride and extended his hand to grab her red veil. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly, though he continued to restrain himself from taking action. No one knew what he was planning. At this moment, the surrounding guests opened their eyes wide as they focused their attention on the bride, quietly waiting for the exciting moment to arrive. With a whoosh, the red veil flew up, revealing a charming and absolutely beautiful face, causing the eyes of the numerous guests to light up as they felt endless envy in their hearts. In the instant that the bride regained her vision, her beautiful eyes shot towards Yang Kai, filled with excitement and rebuke, as though she was blaming Yang Kai for taking so long to lift her veil. Yang Kai also took a deep breath, as though a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Sending a grin towards the bride, he said, "Senior, it's really you. Fifth sister." Chai Hu called out in a soft voice. Rolling her eyes, the bride shot a look towards Chai Hu, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Although she had no choice today, she had witnessed everything that Chai Hu had done. Being controlled by the middle-aged man, she had secretly taken action against Chai Hu, causing her to feel endless self-reproach, wishing that she could take his place. "Can't Senior speak?" Yang Kai asked with a grin towards the bride. The bride shot a fierce glare towards Yang Kai, as though she was asking the obvious. Yang Kai replied with embarrassment, "Can't I move even then?" The bride blinked her eyes. Hearing Yang Kai's words, many of the guests revealed looks of suspicion, as they could sense that Yang Kai was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, while the bride was only in the first-order Dao Source realm. Yet, Yang Kai had actually addressed her as senior. What was going on? Chai, who also looked towards Yang Kai with a blank look on his face. He asked, "Little brother, do you know my fifth sister?" Although he had guessed that Yang Kai was extremely familiar with his fifth sister, Chai who was still somewhat astonished. According to his knowledge, his fifth sister and big brother did not have any acquaintances in the star boundary. Yang Kai smiled and said with a strange expression, "Of course I know him. Senior Kai Yu is my master mother-in-law." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Countless guests opened their mouths wide and stared at Yang Kai blankly. It was as if he was hallucinating. There were also quite a few people who had peculiar expressions on their faces as they glanced at Kai Yu, before glancing back at Luo Jin, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Yang Kai addressed the bride as master mother-in-law. Didn't this mean that the bride in front of him had already given birth to a child? However, the famous Sky Crane City's city lord didn't know about this and even wanted to take her as his concubine. After understanding this point, many of the cultivator who had a problem with the city lord's mansion revealed gloating expressions as they looked at the ashen-faced Luo Jin. It was as if there was a huge green hat on his head that was radiating with an enchanting brilliance. After saying those words, Yang Kai's surging emotions finally calmed down. The bride in front of him was shockingly the monster King Kai Yu, who had broken the seal on Shadowed Star and arrived in the star boundary together with Yang Kai. She was also Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother. When he first saw the bride, he did not pay much attention to her and only felt that something was amiss. However, when the bride used her strength to launch a sneak attack on Chai Hu, he discovered that the monster chi fluctuations were somewhat familiar to him, and secretly guessed that he definitely knew this bride. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was a possibility that she was Kai Yu, which was why he insisted on seeing her face. He had deliberately mentioned the words High Heaven Sect in order to test the new bride's reaction, and the new bride's reaction was indeed as he had expected. It was at that moment that he confirmed the guess in his heart, though he was stopped by Luo Jin. It was just some trouble. Now that he saw Kai Yu's face, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt excited in his heart. That day in the Starlight Corridor, he and the other 5 third-order Origin Kings were separated due to some unforeseen circumstances. Even Liu Yang and the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao's whereabouts were unknown. After such a long time, he was only able to find Liu Yang by chance and let her return to his side. However, he did not know where Xiao Xiao and the others were. Yang Kai had always been worried about them and did not know how they would survive in this unfamiliar star boundary. However, the star boundary was vast and he had no connections or backing, so he was powerless to inquire about anything. This time, it was simply a miracle that he was able to meet Kai Yu in Sky Crane City. If he hadn't promised Yi Jinghan that he would make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect, he definitely wouldn't have shown himself in Sky Crane City. If Yi Jinghan hadn't received a message from Yi Hen asking her to attend the ceremony, he would have missed out on Kai Yu. All kinds of coincidences had led to today's coincidental meeting. Life was really unpredictable, and the heavenly way was constant. For a moment, Yang Kai sighed. "Brat, what are you calling her for?" Luo Jin could not bear such an insult, and after a moment of indifference, he suddenly roared. Chai, who was also shocked and looked at Kai Yu in astonishment. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, "Fifth sister. She has a son?" Kai Yu stood there quietly, unable to move, but her cheeks flushed red. She glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if she was blaming him for speaking without thinking and ruining her reputation. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Chai, you've misunderstood. Senior Kai Yu has an adopted daughter, an adopted daughter." Upon hearing this, Chai Hu smiled and said in a carefree manner, "It doesn't matter whether she's an adopted daughter or a biological daughter. In any case, you're a family with us." Yang Kai said, "This Yang has seen Brother Chai's actions. On behalf of mother-in-law and master, This Yang thanks Brother Chai for your assistance." After saying that, he cupped his fists and bowed. Waving his hand, Chai Hu said, "Fifth sister is imprisoned, so this is something this Chai should do. Little brother, you should take a look at how to remove the seal on fifth sister's body." Nodding his head, Yang Kai shot a look at Kai Yu and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, senior." As he said that, he grabbed Kai Yu's white and tender wrist, before sending the source chi in his body into her meridians. Kai Yu's tender body trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Previously, she had been covered by the red veil and was unable to see what had happened outside. She could only sense that Yang Kai had fought with quite a few people. At this moment, upon sensing the purity and density of Yang Kai's source chi, shock could not help but appear on her face as she secretly admired him. She was now a Dao source realm cultivator, so she naturally knew the disparity in strength between two realms. She could clearly sense that the source chi in Yang Kai's body had already been completely transformed, and was no longer something that she could compare to. Thinking back to the time when they had first arrived in the star boundary, her cultivation was still higher than his by a small realm. However, when they met again today, he was already far ahead of her. Only a short span of 2 to 3 years had passed since then. Kai Yu was extremely curious as to exactly what Yang Kai had experienced in such a short period of time, to actually be able to grow to such an extent. Just as Kai Yu was secretly shocked, Yang Kai had already sunk his consciousness into investigating. After a short while, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, it's not a secret technique, nor are there any traces of a seal." Hearing that, Kai Yu continuously shot glances at Yang Kai, as though she wanted to tell him something. However, she was unable to release her divine sense, nor was she able to open her mouth to speak. She was completely powerless to do anything, causing her to become as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Jin observed all of this from afar, sneering without the slightest intention of interfering. It was as though he had complete confidence in the methods used by the middle-aged man, and felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to dispel them with his current abilities. "What the hell is this thing?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined it, not letting go of even the slightest bit of suspicion. The other guests also looked around curiously, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of dread towards the middle-aged man. They had all personally witnessed how powerful Yang Kai was. However, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still unable to find a way to control the middle-aged man. From this, one could see how strange the middle-aged man's methods were. If one were to interact with such a person, one would definitely have to be on their guard. If not, once the middle-aged man used such a strange method to control them, they would turn into walking corpses. "Exactly what method did you use to control the bride?" Seeing that Yang Kai was unable to figure out anything after busying himself for so long, Yi Jinghan could not help but ask out of curiosity. Hearing that, the middle-aged man shook his head continuously. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything." How could he dare to reveal any clues? His entire family was in Sky Crane City, and once he revealed this secret, it would bring disaster to his family. Luo Jin would definitely not let him off so easily. "What a coward!" Yi Jinghan spat out. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to refute and could only remain silent as he looked towards Yang Kai with fear and dread. All of a sudden, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something and his expression changed. His divine sense sank into a certain part of the dantian on Kai Yu's abdomen and carefully investigated it. After a short while, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Puppet sprout? It's actually a puppet sprout?" As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man's mouth fell open as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and exclaimed, "How can you recognize this thing? This thing has long gone extinct, so it's impossible for anyone to recognize it." "So it really is a puppet sprout?" Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at the middle-aged man. "I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but after hearing this friend's words, I'm certain that it is a puppet sprout." The middle-aged man's expression froze for a moment before he shouted furiously, "You tricked me." Du Xian slapped the middle-aged man's head, causing him to stagger as he sneered, "Your IQ is so low, Highs." Yang Kai laughed, "Thanks." The middle-aged man felt as if he had lost his soul, his entire being feeling unwell, as he felt that the world was filled with evil intentions. Turning his head to look at Luo Jin in horror, he said, "Sir City Lord, I wasn't the one who told him about this. I didn't reveal any information to him." "Trash." Luo Jin snorted coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned stiff as he fell weakly to the ground, completely without any strength left in his body. However, in the next instant, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted towards Yang Kai, "So what if you know about it? Without my unique secret technique, it's impossible for you to expel it. If you want your mother-in-law to be safe and sound, then obediently ask them to let me go and apologize to the City Lord Master." Even at this moment, he still wanted to hug Luo Jin's thigh and hope that he would be forgiven. "Shut him up!" Yang Kai roared impatiently. In response, Yi Jinghan chopped down with her palm, knocking the middle-aged man unconscious. Chapter 23:12. Puppet Sprout, ranked 52nd on the Earth ranking. Thin and hairy, it was born in a dark place 30,000 meters underground and was extremely difficult to find. After connecting with its owner, it could control others for its own use. Some information he had read in the exotic insect scripture flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and he quickly recalled how to restrain it. This was all thanks to the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the Insect Emperor, which contained the exotic insect scripture. If not, with Yang Kai's knowledge and experience, he would definitely be helpless in this situation. The puppet sprout wasn't ranked high on the exotic insect rankings, and was almost at the bottom of the rankings. Although it had thin and hairy, making it hard to detect, and the person it planted with would become like a puppet that would obey orders, it had some other drawbacks that caused its ranking to not be high. After knowing how to deal with it, Yang Kai hurriedly immersed himself in searching through his space ring, and after a short while, he found a few herbs. Many guests looked at him curiously, not knowing what exactly he was planning to do. Even the crowd was confused about what the puppet sprout was that he had mentioned earlier. Seeing him take out these herbs, they were all secretly guessing whether or not they could restrain the puppet sprout. "Miss Yi, do you have the monster core of an Earth attribute monster beast of Dao source grade or above? Lend it to me." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan gawked for a moment, before hurriedly searching through her space ring. However, before she could find it, Du Xian had already taken out a rolling yellow monster core. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "This Du just happens to have one. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, feel free to take it." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Jin suddenly roared out, "Du Xian, if you still care about the friendship between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves Sect, then leave. Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place. This king will not pursue the matter from before." Hearing this, Du Xian frowned and shot a look at Yi Jinghan. Seeing her nod her head slightly towards him, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang is a friend of my Thousand Leaves Sect. This Du naturally can't sit by and do nothing when a friend has a request." Luo Jin's face turned ashen. He nodded repeatedly, "Good, very good. This king will remember today's matter and will definitely visit Thousand Leaves Sect in the future to discuss it with Yi Hen." Du Xian frowned slightly, but still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "As long as Master of the City is happy." As he spoke, he tossed the Earth attribute monster beast's monster core to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and checked its grade and color. He was very satisfied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he waved his hand and a pill furnace suddenly appeared in front of him. The alchemy furnace expanded in the wind and soon grew to the height of a person. The exterior of the alchemy furnace was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Hiss. Is this kid also an alchemist? Oh my god. This pill furnace seems to be Dao source grade high rank. Being able to use such a pill furnace, doesn't that mean he's a Dao source grade alchemist? What did he say his name was? Yang Kai, High Heaven Sect's Yang Kai. Yang Kai. That name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Everyone started to discuss among themselves, with quite a few people revealing shocked expressions. They had already witnessed the powerful strength Yang Kai had displayed before, But now that he had taken out a Dow source grade high-rank alchemy furnace, they were still shocked and started to make guesses. There were already quite a few people who had spread rumors about him and the previous incident. The person who had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm was connected to him. After all, the two of them shared the same name, had Dow source realm cultivation, and seemed to be proficient in alchemy. Although the world was big, there weren't many people who had so many similarities. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai pushed the flames of the furnace, causing the temperature of the entire inner hall to rise by quite a bit. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and paid attention, not showing any intention of rushing to take action. He seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai's next move. Yang Kai was very happy as he continued to form hand seals and engrave spirit arrays, throwing the herbs and earth attribute monster core into the pill furnace one after another, controlling the temperature of the flames. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to the side. Source chi surged from his palm and sucked a bowl over. Immediately after, he leapt up and arrived in front of the black jade furnace. Patting the pill furnace, he sent the lid flying, before reaching out and sucking the contents of the furnace out. It was a green-colored medicinal liquid that looked extremely strange and sticky, appearing to be in a semi-solidified state. From an alchemist's point of view, opening the furnace at this moment meant that the refinement had failed. However, this was exactly what was needed to expel the puppet bud. Placing the strange medicinal liquid that was emitting a strange smell into the bowl, he carefully brought it in front of Kai Yu and said in a serious tone, "Senior, drink this." Kai Yu's brows furrowed as her face turned pale. When Yang Kai brought the semi-finished medicinal liquid in front of her, she immediately smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. This odor was similar to a pair of socks that had not been washed for a few decades. Just smelling it was enough to make one feel nauseous. How could such a thing enter one's stomach? Seeing the look of disdain in her eyes, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Good medicine tastes bitter. You'll feel better after drinking this." Kai Yu glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, giving him a look that said, "If you dare to trick me, you're dead meat." Yang Kai ignored her and coaxed her like a child, "Come, drink it obediently." After saying that, he opened Kai Yu's mouth with one hand and poured the contents of the bowl into her mouth with the other. At the same time, he secretly urged his source chi to help Kai Yu swallow. Gulp gulp gulp, all of the guests turned their gazes away, feeling their stomachs churn and their entire bodies turn unwell. Wah! At a certain moment, Kai Yu suddenly vomited and half knelt on the ground. Her expression was extremely painful, as if she wanted to vomit out all of her internal organs. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile on his face. He threw away the bowl in his hand and reached out to pat Kai Yu's back. "Smelly brat, how dare you make me drink such a thing?" Kai Yu turned her head and glared at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. She had lived for so many years, but had never drunk such a disgusting thing. If not for the fact that her movements were restricted today, how could she have suffered such a disaster? "Senior, please calm down." This brat had no other choice. Yang Kai laughed mischievously. "Fifth sister." To the side, Chai Hu stared at Kai Yu in a daze and said happily, "You can move now?" Kai Yu was stunned, as if she had just awoken from a dream. She slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "I'm really not restricted anymore." After saying that, she turned her head and regained her dignified appearance as she said hatefully, "Since you're speaking the truth, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to make me drink such a thing again." Halfway through her words, Kai Yu hurriedly covered her mouth as her face turned pale, seemingly recalling an extremely bad memory. However, she quickly turned her gaze towards Chai Hu and said with a guilty look on her face, "Fourth brother, I've implicated you." Chai Hu laughed heartily, "We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. I believe that if I were to encounter such a situation, you wouldn't just sit by and watch." Kai Yu nodded her head, a look of gratitude on her face. Turning around, she stared coldly at the middle-aged man being restrained by Yi Jinghan and said, "He actually dared to make me suffer such a thing. I want him dead." At this moment, a blank look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he stared blankly at Kai Yu, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, this is impossible. The puppet bud is almost extinct, how could there be a way to break it?" he seemed to be unable to accept the fact that his unique skill had been broken so easily, causing his mind to be greatly shaken, causing him to fall into a daze for a moment. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Playing with insects in front of me? You're still a few hundred years too early, ha 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 ha." His wild and complacent laughter attracted the attention of quite a few people, all of them thinking that this brat had gone crazy. After his laughter came to an end, Yang Kai extended his hand and sent a blast of energy towards the ground. The energy transformed into flames that burned the vomit out of Kai Yu's mouth. At the same time, the middle-aged man appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His entire body shook violently as he involuntarily spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale as his aura weakened. Although the puppet bud had been forced out, it had not died, allowing the middle-aged man to remain safe and sound. However, Yang Kai's attack had not only destroyed the puppet bud on the spot, it had also caused the middle-aged man, who was mentally connected to it, to suffer a heavy blow. The reason why the puppet bud was not ranked high on the exotic insect list was because its vitality was not as strong as other exotic insects, allowing it to be easily destroyed. However, this was not the case for the soul-devouring insect, as it was extremely difficult to completely destroy it. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to keep the puppet bud in the insect enslavement bracelet, as it might come in handy in the future. However, the puppet bud was an extremely special exotic insect. Once someone left a mark on it, it could no longer be used by a second person. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to destroy it. Seeing the middle-aged man in such a state, Kai Yu frowned slightly. She no longer had any intention of finding trouble with him and instead shot a cold glare at Luo Jin. The main culprit behind everything that had happened to her today was Luo Jin. If not for Yang Kai's miraculous appearance and saving her from this predicament, not only would she not have been able to escape today, even Chai who would have been implicated. She naturally hated a vile person like Luo Jin to the bone. "Little you, it's not too late for you to come to this king's side now. This king promises you that everything that happened before will be forgotten." Luo Jin looked at Kai Yu and said indifferently, "Little you." Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared dumbfoundedly. In the past, the monster king of the monster star, Kai Yu, had controlled the entire stars, with billions of monster clan members obeying her orders. However, when she came to the star boundary, she was actually addressed as Little Yu. If the other monster clan lords of the monster star were to find out about this, who knew how they would feel? Kai Yu seemed to have sensed the subtle changes in Yang Kai's expression and glared fiercely at him, before snorting coldly, "Old dog, you imprisoned my big brother and the others, forced me to marry you, and now you actually want me to come to your side? Have you not woken up from your sleep yet?" Luo Jin's face darkened as fury filled his face. He knew that after today, he would most likely lose all of his face. Originally, he wanted to use Kai Yu to redeem himself, but he never expected to be rejected so bluntly by her. In that instant, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. Chapter 23:13. Have Big Brother and the others really been imprisoned by this old dog? Chai, whose expression turned furious as he asked furiously, "Yes." Kai Yu gritted her teeth as a trace of sadness flashed across her face. "It's all my fault for believing this old dog's words and causing Big Brother and the others to be controlled. Despicable scum." As Chai Hu cursed, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was severely injured, the mouthful of blood still shot towards Luo Jin like an arrow. Luo Jin stood there without moving, merely channeling his strength to block the blood, while his gaze turned exceedingly gloomy. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, the big brother you speak of, who is he?" Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't dare to be sure, so he could only ask. Kai Yu replied, "Your High Heaven Sect Supreme Elder, Gui Zhu." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow, overjoyed. "Elder is also here?" "Yes, but he is now imprisoned in a certain place in the City Lord's mansion. I don't know where he is." Kai Yu sighed. "Where are the others?" "Also here?" Kai Yang asked anxiously. Kai Yu said, "Alliance Master Ji Yu and President Ari Ou are both here." Yang Kai observed her expression carefully. He was slightly surprised and said, "Then, what about Master Wu Dao?" When they set off from Shadowed Star that day, there were 6 of them. In addition to Yang Kai and Kai Yu, there was also Ari Oyu, president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union's Union Master Jiyu Kang Yun, High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder Gui Zhu, and the last one was recognized as the strongest Third-Order Origin King in Star Territory, Wu Dao. Of these 6, except for Yang Kai, who was only a Second-Order Origin King at the time, the remaining 6 were all Third-Order Origin Kings. They were the top fighting force within the territory of the Star Realm. The 6 of them used the Star Emperor tokens left behind by Yang Yang. After opening the Starlight Passage and overcoming all obstacles to reach the Star Boundary, they were ambushed in the passage. After a chaotic battle, they were separated. Yang Kai had also guessed that other than himself, there was a high chance that the others would be together. Now that he heard Kai Yu mention Gui Zhu, Ari Oyu, and Jiyu Kang Yun, he couldn't help but frown. He immediately knew that he was right. But she didn't say where Wu Dao was, which made Yang Kai feel uneasy. Sure enough, hearing Yang Kai ask like this, Crimson Moon's expression dimmed, and he said, "Master Wu Dao, he already left." What? Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He could hardly believe it. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest Origin King in the Star Territory back then, having reached the peak of the Third-Order Origin King realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm, but the world principles of the Star Territory did not allow him to do so. That was why he couldn't advance. Even Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Elder Long Tianshong was respectful to Wu Dao. Kai Yu and the others also regarded him as the strongest. But what Yang Kai didn't expect was that Tyrannical was actually dead. As the strongest expert, he had actually died just like that. How did Master Wu Dao die? Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he turned his head to look at Luo Jin. Did he do it? He didn't have much contact with Wu Dao, only getting to know him when he left the Star Territory and opened the Starlight Corridor. They had gone through thick and thin together for some time. But when he heard this news, he still felt incomparably furious. There were only a few people who came from the Star Territory, and now, one of them had already died. Yang Kai felt inexplicably stifled and uncomfortable. Crimson Moon shook her head. This has nothing to do with him. Master Wu Dao, he failed to break through to the Dao Source realm and died in the world tribulation. Yang Kai became absent-minded after hearing this, and only after a long while did he sigh. It's his fate. He originally thought that with Wu Dao's cultivation and heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Dao Source realm after coming to the Star Boundary. Even if he didn't have a 100% chance of success, he would at least have an 80% to 90% chance of success. But according to Crimson Moon, he actually died because he failed to break through. If this matter hadn't come from Crimson Moon, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. That's because Crimson Moon had already broken through to the Dao Source realm, so how could Wu Dao fail? This could only be described as a world tribulation that wasn't something that a human could contend against. What about Gui Zhu and the others? Yang Kai asked again. Crimson Moon replied, they were fine when we parted last time. Furthermore, they had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. I just don't know how they are now. Yang Kai nodded lightly. At this moment, Chai Hu, who had been listening from the side, suddenly spoke out, "Little brother, you actually know my big brother and the others?" Yang Kai smiled upon hearing that. Your big brother is the supreme elder of my High Heaven sect, while I'm the sect master of the High Heaven sect. Do you think I don't know them? Chai Hu gawked and looked at Crimson Moon. Could it be that his also? Crimson Moon nodded gently. Chai Hu immediately felt deep veneration for Crimson Moon, cupping his fists and saying, I've been disrespectful. Clearly, Chai Hu knew that Crimson Moon and the others had come from the Star Territory of the lower planes. At this moment, he knew that Yang Kai was also from the Star Boundary, and had actually grown to such a level in such a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel incomparable admiration for Yang Kai. With a smile, Yang Kai replied, Brother Chai, you don't need to worry about it. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Oh, that's right. Senior, where's my Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. Crimson Moon furrowed her brows. You're talking about that stone. Could it be that it's not with you? Yang Kai's heart sank as he replied, I haven't found it. We haven't seen it, either. When we arrived here that day, the few of us were together. Although we had separated, we weren't too far apart. After 2 days, we gathered together. We've also looked for you, but we haven't been able to find you. So Xiao Xiao isn't with you. Yang Kai felt a sense of loss and worry. Crimson Moon and the others had come to the Star Territory, and although their cultivations weren't high, they were still people who had lived for 1 or 2,000 years. They were nimble and adaptable, so surviving was naturally not a problem for them. However, Xiao Xiao was different. Its intelligence wasn't high, and it was also a special kind of life form. If it was discovered, it would inevitably be captured and studied. Yang Kai was most worried about Xiao Xiao over the past few years. However, he didn't expect that he still wouldn't be able to find any news about it after meeting Crimson Moon. Seeing his expression, Crimson Moon comforted him, you don't need to be too worried. Although Xiao Xiao is a little special, its life won't be in danger even if it's captured. As long as we continue to search, we'll definitely find it one day. Yang Kai nodded, I hope so. The two of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when they spoke, so everyone in the surroundings could hear them clearly. However, they were completely unaware of what they were talking about, only knowing that the two of them had reunited after a long time. Their relationship wasn't shallow. All of a sudden, Luo Jin said with a grin, since the few of you are so worried about your old friend, why don't you send me over? This king will send the two of you off, how about it? Crimson Moon replied furiously, old dog, if you know what's good for you, obediently release my big brother and the others. If not, I'll flip your city lord's mansion. Luo Jin replied, little you should restrain your temper. As a woman, it's improper for you to have such a fiery temper. Crimson Moon sneered, that depends on who I'm talking to. Do you think that I'll be amiable towards a despicable person like you? Luo Jin snorted coldly, this king can give you a chance. Obediently return to this king's side, and I'll let bygones be bygones. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being impolite. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, I really want to see how impolite the city lord's master is going to be. Could it be that you're going to rely on the 70 to 90 subordinates you've secretly placed in this area? Since you've discovered something, there's no need to say anything else. Take action. Luo Jin roared out. As his voice rang out, a dozen figures suddenly shot out from all directions, all of them possessing Dao Source Realm cultivation. Floating in the air, these cultivators' expressions turned solemn as they formed hand seals. Their hands continuously changed. As the hand seals changed, the source chi within these dozen cultivators seemed to form a unique resonance. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in astonishment, a spirit array? With a single glance, he could tell that these people seemed to be using some kind of spirit array. Just like the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, it was a secret technique that used the cultivator's body as its foundation. Just as his voice rang out, the dozen cultivator took action in unison, sending their strength out in pairs. In an instant, their attacks connected together, transforming into a large net visible to the naked eye that enveloped Yang Kai and the others. The large net was formed purely from source chi, yet possessed an extremely powerful sealing effect. As it enveloped them, it seemed to be able to lock down an entire region. All of a sudden, Chai Hu and Kai Yu felt their shoulders sink, as though they were being pressed down by a large mountain. The circulation of their strength became sluggish, while their meridians were blocked, causing their chests to feel stifled to the point of being unable to breathe. Although Yang Kai was slightly better off, he still felt his body shrink. As the large net descended, it caught Yang Kai and the others completely off guard. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in shock. Du Xian's expression had also turned ugly as his mind raced. Today, he had helped Yang Kai in front of everyone, going against Luo Jin, and completely falling out with the city lord's mansion. He was only acting according to Yi Jinghan's wishes. If not, how could he have acted so recklessly? Upon seeing Yang Kai being captured, he knew that the situation wasn't good. If they couldn't escape from the City Lord's mansion today, they might have to stay here forever. Thinking about that, he clenched his teeth and secretly sent a message to Yi Jinghan. Yi, wait for my signal and we'll rush out of here together. Hearing that, Yi Jinghan shook her head. We have to save young Master Yang. Du Xian replied, that's impossible. Once Luo Jin is done with young Master Yang, we'll be next. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If young Master Yang can't escape, we definitely won't be able to. If we want to live, we can only save young Master Yang. Du Xian looked at her in astonishment. You have that much confidence in him? He's just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yi Jinghan gave a bitter laugh. You'll know in the future that there are some people who can do things that others can't even if their cultivations aren't too high. Furthermore, young Master Yang is related to the future rise and fall of our Thousand Leaves sect. Even if we have to die, we have to save him. Du Xian's expression fluctuated, and for a moment, he was at a loss. From the looks of it, Yi Jinghan was determined to take Yang Kai with her. However, how could the few of them from Thousand Leaves sect rescue him in front of so many experts from the City Lord's mansion? What's more, Yang Kai and the others had already become turtles in a jar, making it extremely difficult to rescue them. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others being bound by the spirit array, Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a look of ridicule on his face, he said, young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that this King's City Lord's mansion is a place where you can act as you please? The expressions on the faces of many guests changed, as they knew that Luo Jin was trying to make an example out of them. Today, he had lost a lot of face, and if he wasn't able to capture Yang Kai and the others, he really wouldn't be able to establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future. Fortunately, the secret arrangements he had made earlier had finally played a crucial role, causing his mood to instantly improve. A vicious glint of hatred flickered in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly considering how to deal with Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. Chapter 23:14. In the hall, over a dozen Dao Source Realm Masters formed a spirit array, trapping Yang Kai, Kai Yu, and Chai Hu in their original positions. Luo Jin laughed heartily as he surveyed his surroundings with a smug look on his face. This king will be eternally grateful if any of you can help this king kill this brat. He had no intention of personally taking action, not because he was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, but because he didn't want to. Instead, he wanted to use this method to regain some face and consolidate his position. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his fists and volunteered. White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng is willing to help City Lord Master. Another person stood up and cupped his fists. Heart-seeking Pavilion's Guozhe is willing to listen to your orders. A third person also stood up. This brat is despicable and shameless, using lies to deceive the masses. My soul-seizing sword sect's Yuan Mo can't stand by and is willing to take his head as a warning to others. In an instant, 7 or 8 people stood up, representing 7 or 8 different forces, expressing their sincerity to Luo Jin through this method. Luo Jin's gloomy mood finally cleared up as he nodded with a faint smile. Good, then I'll have to trouble everyone. A few people said in unison, please rest assured, City Lord Master. We definitely won't disappoint you. As they finished speaking, they turned around and looked towards Yang Kai with sinister smiles on their faces. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was somewhat extraordinary, he was currently trapped by the spirit array set up by the City Lord's mansion's cultivator and was completely unable to move. He was just like a piece of fatty meat on the chopping board that they couldn't kill in any way they wanted to. All of a sudden, White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng smiled. Everyone, it wouldn't be good for us to bully him with numbers. What's more, there are many guests here. Even if we win, it would be an unfair victory. Guozhe said, then, according to Brother Mu, what should we do? Everyone looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was planning to do. With a faint smile, Mu Zheng said, what I mean is that one person should take action, while the rest of the friends can provide support. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone smiled faintly. Knowing what he meant, they nodded in agreement. Brother Mu's words are correct. Mu Zheng said, then, who will do it? Yuan Mo of the Soul-Snatching Sword sect said, since it's Brother Mu's suggestion, We'll let Brother Mu do it. When the others heard this, they didn't have any objections. After all, they had already stood up at the crucial moment and expressed their loyalty to the city master. As for who would kill young Kai, it didn't matter anymore. They were going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Mu Zheng's expression was exactly what I wanted. He nodded with a smile and said, "Since everyone agrees, this Mu will not decline." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was sure he would win. Then, he walked towards Yang Kai at a moderate pace. Yang Kai. You couldn't help but become nervous. He desperately urged his own origin energy. But no matter what, she could not break free from the bindings on her body. She was so anxious that her beautiful face changed color. She said, "If you can leave, then leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Where there's life, there's hope." Chai Hu chimed in, "That's right, little brother. Just remember to take revenge for us." "Ha ha ha, you still want to leave in this state?" Mu Zheng laughed out in ridicule, before looking at Kai Yu and saying, "Rest assured, madam. This one has always acted appropriately, so I won't hurt you by mistake." At this point in time, he did not forget to express his goodwill towards Luo Jin. Standing not far away, Luo Jin nodded his head in satisfaction upon hearing those words. "Do you think that you can kill me with your abilities?" Yang Kai stood there calmly, smiling as he looked at Mu Zheng, who was approaching him step by step. That smile imprinted itself into Mu Zheng's eyes, causing his heart to involuntarily skip a beat. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread within his heart, causing him to instantly become flustered. Clenching his teeth, he roared out fiercely, "You're still so arrogant even in the face of death. Brat, watch carefully as I take your dog life." As he roared out, he suddenly summoned a large blade. As his origin energy surged, a blade light sparkled, and blade shadows appeared one after another. A dazzling brilliance erupted as it chopped down towards Yang Kai. Clearly, he did not want to drag this out any longer, and only wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Therefore, he used his full strength right from the start. This move of his had completely enveloped Yang Kai and Chai Hu, while excluding Kai Yu. Clearly, he had guessed Luo Jin's intentions, and would only leave the newlywed madam behind, while killing everyone else. Seeing the blade light coming towards him, a chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he coldly said, "A mere first-order Dao Source realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master." As his words rang out, his figure flashed, before disappearing from his original location, as though he was completely unaffected by the restrictions of the spirit array. Spatial energy surged out, appearing right before Mu Zheng. Using his finger as a sword, 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his fingertips as he chopped straight towards his opponent. Ah! Mu Zheng was greatly shocked, his face instantly turning incomparably pale, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation was only at the first-order Dao Source realm. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had been restricted by the spirit array, with Yang Kai's ferocious display, how would he dare to take the initiative to touch the tiger's butt? However, the sudden change in the situation, with Yang Kai actually escaping from the spirit array, instantly scared the wits out of him. His entire body started to tremble, while the might of the attack he had unleashed with the artifact in his hand instantly disappeared. As the blade light and sword shadows intersected, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Mu Zheng appeared to have suffered heavy injuries as he was sent flying, vomiting blood continuously in the air. Yang Kai roared out in a stern voice, "Since you guys don't know how to write the word death, this young master will teach you guys." As he spoke, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his finger, moving like a dragon and snake. Sticking close to Mu Zheng's body, it continued to draw something in the air. Mu Zheng's miserable shrieks instantly resounded across the world, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. No one knew exactly what kind of torture he had suffered to cause him to scream in such a miserable manner. The surrounding guests all fell silent out of fear. As for Yi Jinghan, who was prepared to risk everything to rescue Yang Kai, she was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary, she never imagined that he would be so monstrous. The spirit array that the City Lord Master had secretly set up was actually unable to do anything to him. However, when she recalled that Yang Kai possessed the Tao of Space, Yi Jinghan felt relieved. With the spatial divine technique, even if Yang Kai was no match for his opponent, escaping would not be a problem. Unless a powerhouse from the Emperor realm took action and suppressed him with their powerful cultivation, preventing him from using his Tao of Space. After a short while, Mu Zheng smashed heavily against the wall, spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his shattered internal organs. His entire body was motionless, and his aura was completely gone. He had actually died. Right at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly snapped his fingers. With a bang, Mu Zheng exploded, his corpse turning into a bloody mist. However, miraculously, it did not disperse. Instead, it was imprinted onto the wall by a mysterious force, dyeing it blood red, as though someone had splashed a basin of red paint on it. The stench of blood rushed to the sky, causing everyone to feel nauseous. Gasp. Gasps rang out, followed by gulping sounds. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This unforeseen event happened in a flash, causing everyone to be dazed. Before many people could regain their senses, Mu Zheng, who had charged towards Yang Kai in an aggressive manner, had actually died. What kind of strength did one need to be able to achieve such a feat? Come. Yang Kai shouted with all his might, pointing at the blood-red wall. Those who don't know how to read, come take a look and see how the word death is written. He smiled coldly. Don't say that this young master didn't teach you. It won't be fun if you die with your eyes open. Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked again, and suddenly, the soles of their feet cramped. On the blood-red wall, a large death character had actually appeared. Blood was still dripping from the character, making a dripping sound. Each dripping sound was like a soul-calming song, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Between the characters, there were countless pieces of flesh and organs stuck to the wall. Recalling Yang Kai's previous actions, everyone was horrified to find that he had actually used his finger as a pen and Mu Zheng's body as ink to write this character on the wall. This was a blatant provocation, a demonstration of strength. However, no one dared to say anything about it. Luo Jin's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally hoped to borrow a knife to kill someone and intimidate the guests that had arrived today, taking the opportunity to regain some face. However, he never expected that he would end up smashing his own foot with a rock, causing his face to twitch in pain. Someone just said that I'm despicable and shameless, and that I'm trying to mislead the crowd with my lies. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed, appearing beside soul-snatching sword Sex Yuan Mo. Appearing like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time, he hooked his arm around the latter's shoulder and asked with a grin. Before Yuan Mo could react, he was still immersed in the fact that Mu Zheng had been killed, unable to extricate himself from it. Yang Kai had already closed in on him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to escape. On the other hand, upon seeing this fiend appear beside them, the others jumped in fright, dodging one after another as they looked at Yang Kai in fear, afraid that he would take action against them. From Yang Kai's earlier performance, if he truly wanted to kill them, they would definitely not be able to put up any resistance. Each and every one of them felt extremely vexed in their hearts, regretting that they had chosen a side too early, causing them to get into trouble for no reason. Yuan Mo's entire body trembled as his legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. With a pale face, he stammered, "Young Master Yang." This one spoke without thinking and offended young Master Yang. "Young Master. Master Yang, please be magnanimous and not lower yourself to this one's level." Spoke without thinking? Yang Kai raised his brow. Then this young master will give you some time to think carefully. Tell me, who exactly is the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses? Yuan Mo's entire body shivered as he lowered his head, not daring to raise it. With a trembling voice, he said, it's me, it's all me. I'm the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses." Yang Kai snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Looks like you still don't know how to spell the word death. Do you want me to teach you again?" Yuan Mo was on the verge of tears as he knelt down on the ground and cried out, "It's City Lord Master." He's the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses and deceived us. Young Master Yang, please spare my life. Young Master Yang, please spare my life. Even though he knew that he would offend Luo Jin by speaking rudely in front of so many people, how could he care so much when it was a matter of life and death? Chapter 23:15. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, patting Yuan Mo's head as a reward. However, Yuan Mo thought that Yang Kai was about to kill him, causing his entire body to tremble in fright. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. Trash! Luo Jin scolded while clenching his teeth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the other people with a cold gaze. Before he could say anything, those people started to shout out, "Young Master Yang, we've already seen how the word death is written. It's our utmost honor to see young Master Yang's authentic handwriting. Young Master Yang is truly a miraculous person to be able to use blood as ink to write such good words. Admirable, admirable." These people were all trying their best to flatter Yang Kai. Although they were praising and flattering him, the smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Clearly, they were extremely afraid in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would kill them if he was in a bad mood. Many of the guests looked at them with disdain, feeling pained by their shamelessness. However, after thinking about it, if they were to encounter such a situation, would they be able to perform any better than them? With a blade on their necks, honor and loyalty were no longer important. Surviving was the most important thing. Thinking about this, many people sighed inwardly, knowing that it wasn't that these people were afraid of death, but rather that they were in a disadvantageous situation. Since you know how the word death is written, hurry up and scram. Don't dirty this young master's eyes. Yang Kai retracted the smile on his face as he roared impatiently. As though they had been pardoned, those people scurried back into the crowd, not daring to show their faces again. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and look at Luo Jin. He said coldly, "Hand her over. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Luo Jin remained unmoved, only snorting coldly, "Is this how your master taught you to speak to your seniors?" Yang Kai replied, "I've always respected the old and loved the young. However, if City Lord's master doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for beating you up until your mother can't recognize you." As he said that, he walked towards Luo Jin at a steady pace. Clearly, he wasn't willing to drag things out and wanted to end this quickly. A trace of nervousness flashed across Luo Jin's face. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's by a small realm, he had seen everything that Yang Kai had done just now, so he knew that this youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Luo Jin immediately looked in a certain direction and said, "Master Ku, please lend me a hand. This Luo will be eternally grateful." He knew that it was meaningless to ask for the help of those second-order Dao Source Realm masters from the first-order Dao Source Realm, so he directly invited a master from the third-order Dao Source Realm who he was familiar with and had a close relationship with. In this situation, only the third-order Dao Source Realm could suppress Yang Kai. Just as Luo Jin finished speaking, an old man slowly walked out from the crowd. This old man had a head of white hair and a restrained aura, while his eyes were extremely bright. His face was rosy. He looked like an elder. He smiled slightly and said, "Since Master Luo has invited me, this old man will naturally comply." A trace of joy flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he nodded, "Many thanks." At this moment, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look at the old man, he asked with a grin, "Old man, are you going to intervene in this matter?" The old man with the surname Ku smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If little brother doesn't mind, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? This old man's body isn't strong and can't be compared to you youngsters. If possible, this old man doesn't want to take action against little brother." "Sure." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then why don't you sit by the side and watch, old man? How about you drink some wine and eat some food?" The old man with the surname Ku replied, "I'm afraid that won't do. Since Master Luo has spoken, this old man can't just sit by and watch." Yang Kai sighed, "Old man, it's not easy for you to live to such an old age. Even the King of Hell isn't willing to accept you, so why do you still want to charge into the gates of hell?" The old man with the surname Ku narrowed his eyes and said, "Young people are indeed full of vitality. Your tone is filled with confidence. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, little brother should be the rumored grandmaster who refined the extraordinary treasure pill, right?" It wasn't strange for the old man with the surname Ku to be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. During this period of time, Yang Kai's name had spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. He had also announced his name in front of everyone before, arousing the suspicions of many people. Coupled with the fact that he had suddenly used his space force to break free from the binding spirit array, the old man with the surname Ku was naturally able to confirm his suspicions. The old man with the surname Ku wasn't the only one who had guessed Yang Kai's origins. It was just that no one else had said anything. On the other hand, some of the cultivator who didn't know the truth exclaimed when they heard this, their eyes filled with shock and passion as they stared at Yang Kai. No one knew what the extraordinary treasure pill was before, but with the news of the Four Seasons realm, the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill had long been known. It was a pill that had been lost for a long time and could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Besides the few pills that Yang Kai had refined, there was no other pill in this world. What? He's the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Luo Jin's face changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice. The old man with the surname Ku replied, "They share the same name, a second-order Dao source realm cultivation, and proficient in the Dao of alchemy. Other than that grandmaster, this old master can't think of anyone else with such capabilities." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It's just an insignificant name, not worth mentioning." "You really are one." Luo Jin's eyes suddenly burst with light, turning scorching hot in an instant, as if Yang Kai had turned into a delicious piece of meat. The old man with the surname Ku continued, "This old master has heard of Grandmaster Yang's name like thunder, and has admired you for a long time. Today is also the day of the City Lord's Master's wedding, so it's truly not a good time to take action. Grandmaster Yang, can you give this old master some face and let today's matter end here?" Yang Kai smiled. "Give you face? Then who's going to give me face? If the City Lord's Master wants to marry your mother-in-law, Master, regardless of whether she's willing or not, how would you feel about that, old master?" The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he spoke out in anger. "This old master is already old, and my mother-in-law, Master, has already passed away. Little brother, don't be too vicious with your mouth." Sorry. Yang Kai had an apologetic look on his face, as if he was sincerely admitting his mistake. Changing the topic, he asked, "What if the City Lord's Master wants to marry your wife?" The old man with the surname Ku's body shook as his aura surged. "Impudent." Yang Kai sneered, "He's not really marrying your wife. I'm just casually mentioning it, yet you're already so angry, looking as if you want to kill someone. Do you think that I'll let him off so easily for doing such despicable things to this young master's mother-in-law, Master?" Luo Jin replied in anger, "Master Ku, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's join hands and capture him first." The old man with the surname Ku replied, "All right." Exchanging glances, the two of them did not wish to speak any more nonsense. Luo Jin took out his jade scepter-like artifact once again, while the old man surnamed Ku flipped his hand, summoning a token-like object. The token was only the size of a palm, but arcs of electricity curled around its surface, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. "Be careful, young Master Yang. Ku Tian is the great elder of the Sky Peak Temple, and the Nine Heavens' divine thunder is sealed within that Heaven's Thunder token. Don't take it head-on," Yi Jinghan reminded loudly. Hearing that, Ku Tian glared at Yi Jinghan and shouted, "Shut up, little girl, or this old master will teach you a lesson." Yi Jinghan replied in disdain, using numbers to bully the weak. "So it turns out that great elder Ku is such a despicable and shameless person. To think that I respected you in the past. I was truly blind." Ku Tian felt extremely uncomfortable from her words, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. "What do you know?" Scram. As he spoke, he had already joined hands with Luo Jin. The jade scepter-like artifact in Luo Jin's hand was extremely mysterious, as it tapped lightly towards Yang Kai from a distance. Yang Kai felt as though a large mountain was smashing towards him, the ferocious force seemingly causing the surrounding space to collapse. Not daring to take it head-on, Yang Kai could only dodge. At this moment, Ku Tian leisurely took action. Forming a hand seal, large arcs of lightning surged out from the Heaven's Thunder token, transforming into lightning snakes that wrapped around Yang Kai. In an instant, incessant crackling sounds rang out. Banish! At the critical moment, Yang Kai roared out as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A black hole instantly appeared in the air, filled with nothingness and chaos. All of the lightning bolts surging out from the Heaven's Thunder token were devoured by the black hole, leaving Yang Kai completely unharmed. What? Ku Tian turned pale with fright. When he felt the might of the Heaven's Thunder token weaken, he hurriedly retracted his artifact, no longer daring to release lightning bolts rashly. The lightning bolts in the Heaven's Thunder token were all collected over the course of a stormy day, so every bit used up was a bit less. Once it was used up, it would need to be replenished. With such a large amount of lightning bolts being devoured by the void, it meant that the might of the Heaven's Thunder token had weakened significantly, causing him to feel extremely pained. This exchange could be said to have been as quick as lightning and earth-shattering, causing the entire Great Hall to shake and sway, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding cultivators all scattered in shock, each of them extremely terrified. Ku Tian had failed, but Luo Jin continued to tap the jade scepter in his hand a few times in the air. Streaks of formless energy surged towards Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink as he instinctively felt a chill in his heart. With a flick of his finger, a few moon blades slashed out. The jet-black moon blades brought with them an unparalleled might, causing Luo Jin to jump in fright the moment they appeared. However, in the next moment, a few bangs rang out as they collided with the formless attacks sent out by the jade scepter, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Formless thunder, formless thunder. Ku Tian let out a roar as lightning arcs appeared on the surface of his body. They danced around his body and transformed into a lightning rope that wrapped around Yang Kai, as if trying to bind him to his spot. Yang Kai dodged to the side. However, at this crucial moment, a sly smile appeared on Luo Jin's face, before he tapped the jade scepter in his hand heavily once again. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's body sank, as though a large mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel as though he was unable to straighten his back. In that instant, the lightning rope had already wrapped itself around Yang Kai, instantly binding him tightly. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the smell of barbecued meat. Luo Jin gave a hearty laugh. Young people don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You have to suffer a little before you can clearly see your own strength. He had a look of absolute confidence on his face, causing him to appear exceedingly savage. Ku Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead, secretly feeling shocked by Yang Kai's strength. One had to know that both he and Luo Jin were a minor realm above Yang Kai. Although they were able to capture Yang Kai within a dozen breaths of time after joining forces, this was already an inconceivable feat. It was simply impossible for an ordinary second-order Dao Source realm cultivator to last more than 3 moves against them. Chapter 23:16. Grandmaster Yang, victory and defeat have already been decided. This old master hopes that you will not continue to resist stubbornly. Otherwise, you might really get injured, Ku Tian said as he looked towards Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai grinned. What's wrong? Old master, are you trying to act like a whore and erect a monument to your chastity? Ku Tian's face sank. This old master is just trying to persuade you. Yang Kai laughed heartily. If that's the case, I also have something to say to old sir. What? Ku Tian frowned slightly. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, if you know what's good for you, you'd quickly stop. If not, I'm afraid that old sir won't be able to protect his integrity in his later years. Ku Tian's heart jumped upon hearing those words, while Luo Jin also felt somewhat uneasy. Both of them hurriedly sent a silent signal towards a certain direction within the crowd. In the next instant, a sword light erupted from within the crowd. Sky Illumination Palace's Chiu Yu wielded a long sword, his body wrapped within it as he transformed into a streak of light as he slashed towards Yang Kai. This sword seemed capable of shattering the sky. Clearly, Chiu Yu had used his full strength. Everyone's attention had been focused on the previous fight, so none of them had expected Qiu Yu to take action at this moment. Only when they saw the sword light did they come to a sudden realization. Clearly, Qiu Yu had already secretly discussed this with Luo Jin. Although Qiu Yu's cultivation was only at the first order Dao Source realm, his sneak attack could be said to be as powerful as a thunderbolt. In an instant, he had already arrived before Yang Kai with an imposing aura. Yang Kai wasn't startled, but instead smiled. "You finally can't hold back and want to take action?" "What?" Qiu Yu's face changed greatly upon hearing those words. Raising his head, he saw Yang Kai's eyes filled with ridicule, as though he had already expected this and was looking at him with ridicule. Not good. Qiu Yu turned pale with fright as the long sword in his hand trembled. He wanted to retreat. However, how could he make it in such a short time? A series of crackling sounds rang out as a five-colored glow suddenly blossomed from Yang Kai's body. His entire body seemed to expand as an aura that far exceeded that of a second-order Dao Source realm erupted from him. Catcher, the lightning chains binding Yang Kai were broken in an instant. Ku Tian's body trembled as he stared dumbfoundedly in front of him, his body involuntarily taking a few steps back. "Young Master Qiu, be careful," Luo Jin shouted out. Qiu Yu's heart turned cold. He could only watch as Yang Kai swung his fist at him. At the critical moment, he turned his long sword and released a sword light in front of him, hoping that it could save him from danger. The wind from the fist met with a rumbling sound. The entire void trembled slightly as the dazzling sword light was instantly shattered by the fist force. The remaining force continued to blast toward Qiu Yu. "How dare you!" With a loud roar, the two old men from the third-order Dao Source realm who had been following Qiu Yu attacked as well. One of them stretched out a finger and pointed at Yang Kai from afar, while the other pounced toward Qiu Yu, wanting to save him. Yang Kai remained motionless, completely ignoring the power of this finger strike as he punched out with all his might. A loud sound was heard. Violent energy spread out in all directions. It was accompanied by a muffled groan and the sound of bones breaking. Qiu Yu was sent flying like a ragged sack. Even though the other old man who had been following him came to his rescue in time, Yang Kai's punch still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. While he was still in the air, he was already bleeding profusely. At this moment, Qiu Yu could not help but recall what Yang Kai had said to him before. "Brother Qiu, I see that your glabella is dark today, your eyes are unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is red. I'm afraid that you're about to face a bloody calamity." Qiu Yu was filled with grief and indignation. So, this bloody calamity is about to befall this guy. At this moment, he even felt like dying. Before he could finish his thoughts, his head tilted to the side and he passed out completely. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Young master." The old man who was holding Qiu Yu's face changed drastically as his face turned pale. The other old man also looked in that direction absent-mindedly, unable to react for a long time. Qiu Yu had attacked first, and the two of them had been secretly coordinating from behind. However, they had not expected that Yang Kai would still be able to injure Qiu Yu. Not only had they lost a lot of face, but they would also not be able to answer to the palace master when they returned to Sky Illumination Palace. Before the old man could recover, Yang Kai had already closed in on him. The Myriad's sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and sword chi resonated. Myriad's sword phantoms, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk kai 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 asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Countless sword chi streaked across the surroundings, wreaking havoc. An emperor artifact. The old man's eyes narrowed as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. After sensing the emperor intent pulsating from the myriad sword, his entire body began to tremble. Under that terrifying emperor intent, his cultivation had been suppressed by more than 30%. Furthermore, Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack at close range. How could he possibly avoid it? In this moment of crisis, the old man could only circulate his source chi to form a barrier and retreat with all his might. *PU*****, blood splattered in the air. The old man was like a lone boat sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Asterisk hong long long, asterisk with a series of rumbling sounds, the entire hall collapsed. Dust flew everywhere as many guests cursed and fled to the side. When the dust settled, everyone looked over and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yang Kai stood calmly on the spot, holding the large myriad's sword in his hand. Sword chi lingered around him, his figure arrogant and his expression cold. Not far away from him, the old man from Sky Illumination Palace was covered in blood. He stood there panting, on the verge of collapsing. It was obvious that his injuries were not light, and his expression was extremely ugly. The other powerhouse from Sky Illumination Palace was protecting the heavily injured Chiu Yu. Although he was unharmed, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai casually. If he took action, Chiu Yu would not be able to protect him. With Yang Kai's unpredictable speed, he could take Chiu Yu's life at any moment. All of the guests were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. Looking at Yang Kai's figure, it was as if they were looking at a mountain, causing immense pressure to weigh down on them. In that short period of time, Yang Kai could be said to have been attacked from both sides. He was surrounded by 4 third-order Dao Source Realm Masters. However, not only was he unharmed, he had even heavily injured one of them. Who could achieve such a feat? The corners of Du Xian's mouth twitched as he asked Yi Jinghan in a soft voice, "Young Master Yang, is he really a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator? Is he some senior from the Emperor Realm pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" His words seemed to represent everyone's thoughts, as no Dao Source Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat by themselves. Everyone could not help but suspect that Yang Kai was hiding his true cultivation. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. He had entered the Four Seasons realm before. At that time, he was only in the first-order Dao Source realm. How could he have advanced to the Emperor realm in such a short period of time? Du Xian agreed with her. All cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm had to be personally inspected by the masters of the various sects. If Yang Kai had really hidden his cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to hide from the eyes of those masters. Thinking of this, Du Xian became even more shocked. He discovered that his strength was basically a joke compared to Yang Kai, causing his feelings to become extremely complicated. Surnamed Yang, my Sky Illumination Palace will remember this debt and will definitely repay it in the future. The old man who was hugging Chiu Yu glared hatefully at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth in anger. Yang Kai sneered at him. "It was you who launched a sneak attack, and now you have the nerve to bite back. Are you dogs?" The old man's face turned uneasy, but he did not have the confidence to refute. His face turned red, and he could only grit his teeth and say to the other old man, "Let's go." After saying that, the two of them carried the unconscious Chiu Yu and fled. The seal around the city lord's mansion had been destroyed in the previous battle, so the two of them were able to leave without much effort, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They were probably in a hurry to return to Sky Illumination Palace to treat Chiu Yu's injuries. Seeing them leave so decisively, Luo Jin's face turned ugly. Although he had only invited Ku Tian for help, he had already secretly reached an agreement with the people from Sky Illumination Palace to launch a sneak attack. He had originally thought that with the 4 third-order Dao Source Realm experts joining hands, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything, no matter how strong he was. However, who knew that Chiu Yu's mishap would cause the two great helpers of Sky Illumination Palace to leave? The situation had instantly turned into him and Ku Tian joining hands to deal with Yang Kai. Luo Jin's forehead was covered in cold sweat as the pressure he felt was immense. When the Sky Illumination Palace experts left, Yang Kai did not stop them, as he knew the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. The most important thing right now was to get Luo Jin to release Guizhu and the others. Everything else could be ignored. Therefore, after the two Sky Illumination Palace elders disappeared, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Ku Tian and sneered, "Old thing, why aren't you scramming? Do you believe that this young master won't split you in half in the blink of an eye?" Anger flashed across Ku Tian's face. If someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past, he would definitely not let it go and would teach that person a good lesson. However, it was Yang Kai who had said those words, so he did not have the confidence to get angry. Even the Sky Thunder Command was unable to do anything to Yang Kai, so Ku Tian really could not think of any way to defeat him. Seeing the change in his expression, Luo Jin hurriedly said, "Master Ku, don't listen to his frightening words. If the two of us join hands, he will definitely die." Yang Kai sneered, "Then why is this young master still standing here? Has City Lord Luo's eyes been blinded? Why don't you look at the situation before you speak?" Luo Jin ignored him and continued to persuade Ku Tian, "Master Ku, if we can kill this fiend today, this Luo will give 5 years of Sky Crane City's profits to your esteemed sec." At this moment, he no longer cared about his face and directly discussed a deal with Ku Tian in front of the countless guests. Indeed, Ku Tian was moved. Sky Crane City was flourishing with each passing day, and 5 years of profits was definitely not a small amount. However, when he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile, his heart started to beat faster. Luo Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Master Ku, could it be that a little brat is enough to make you stop in your tracks? If that's the case, then Master Ku's martial path will end here. I'm afraid that you will never be able to pry into a higher realm in your lifetime." Once those words were said, Ku Tian's expression shook. He knew that Luo Jin was right. If he hesitated here and did not move forward, then today's matter would definitely become a demon in his heart, interfering with his cultivation. He could forget about breaking through to the Emperor realm and whatnot. If he did not do well, then he might even become the demon race due to shame in the future. Thinking of this, Ku Tian's expression turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine, this Ku will risk his life to accompany you today and properly teach this young man how to behave." Chapter 23:17. Seeing that Ku Tian had agreed, Luo Jin rejoiced, "With Master Ku's help, this Luo can be at ease." Yang Kai sneered, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Since you refuse to take the path to heaven and choose to enter hell instead, this young master will fulfill your wishes." As he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ku Tian. Ku Tian's expression changed greatly, as he had not expected Yang Kai to be so fast. He hastily retreated. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him and simply stared at him coldly. "There are secrets in my eyes." Hearing this, Ku Tian subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai. However, he quickly realized that he had fallen into a trap. In the instant that he looked over, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly glowed with a golden light, and a vertical pupil filled with dignity appeared, causing him to tremble in fear. He wanted to avert his gaze, but he couldn't do it. There seemed to be a mysterious force coming from the golden vertical slit that restrained his gaze, forcing him to keep staring at it. Not only that, even his soul was slightly shaken, and his sea of consciousness was tumbling. Blossoming lotus. Yang Kai snorted coldly as a pure white lotus flower bud flashed within his demon eye of annihilation. Ku Tian looked as if he had been struck by lightning as his entire body trembled. He held his head with his hands as he screamed continuously, as if he had been greatly tortured. The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they looked at Yang Kai with gazes filled with fear. They were completely unaware of what had happened. All they saw was Yang Kai and Ku Tian looking at each other before Ku Tian became like this. Luo Jin, on the other hand, felt a concealed divine sense in that instant and immediately understood that Yang Kai had used some sort of soul secret technique. He shouted in panic, "Master Ku, guard your mind." As he shouted, the jade scepter-like artifact in his hand suddenly grew larger, pressing down on Yang Kai like a mountain. Yang Kai sneered and extended his hand forward to grab Ku Tian, who was struggling in pain after being hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, before throwing him upwards. "Ah!" Luo Jin's expression changed drastically as he continuously formed hand seals with his hands. He wanted to take back his artifact. However, he had used all his strength just now, so how could he withdraw it now? He could only watch helplessly as Ku Tian was struck by his own artifact. Rumble. The instant the sound rang out, Ku Tian exploded into a bloody mist. Not even his bones remained. His blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating an extremely gory scene. Luo Jin was instantly dumbstruck, unable to believe his own eyes. The surrounding guests also let out cries of surprise. None of them had expected Ku Tian, a powerhouse from the Third Order Dao Source realm, to die so easily. Previously, when he had teamed up with Luo Jin once again, preparing to launch a pincer attack on Yang Kai, everyone had assumed that Yang Kai would not be able to escape this calamity. Who would have guessed that in the blink of an eye, Ku Tian would be the first to die? Furthermore, he had died under Luo Jin's jade scepter. No one could accept such a bizarre ending. Hua hua. Yang Kai let out an eccentric laugh as he looked towards Luo Jin. Master Luo Shaw is ruthless. You didn't even let your own ally off. Old Mr. Ku's death was truly tragic. This is what people call burning the bridge after crossing the river. His pitiful appearance made the surrounding guests feel both amused and horrified. After all, everyone had seen that Ku Tian's death was partially due to Luo Jin not being able to retrieve his jade scepter in time. However, the main reason was that he had been struck by some kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used on him, causing him to be unable to evade. The main culprit was still Yang Kai. However, he was now pushing all the blame onto Luo Jin, as though it had nothing to do with him. Luo Jin was also dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had only been able to scare off the two elders of Sky Illumination Palace due to luck. If Chiu Yu had not been severely injured, the two elders would not have been able to escape, and no one would have been injured. However, he now understood that Yang Kai's strength could not be judged by common sense. The fact that he could render Ku Tian completely powerless in an instant was enough to show how powerful he was. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Luo Jin hurriedly shouted, "Bullshit. Master Ku, it was clearly you." Yang Kai snorted heavily and said, "Old Mr. Ku was clearly killed by Master Luo's secret treasure in front of everyone's eyes. All the guests here can bear witness to this. What does this have to do with me? I really don't know what kind of enmity Master Luo has with old Mr. Ku for you to take advantage of the situation to kill him. This is truly heartbreaking." Luo Jin was so angry that his blood and qi churned, causing his face to turn red. He wanted to defend himself, but did not know where to start. Feeling extremely sullen, he roared, "This king will never forgive you." As he shouted, Luo Jin spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his jade scepter. In an instant, the jade scepter flickered with light as energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing an extremely dangerous feeling to spread out. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as his figure flashed. Using the power of space, he appeared right in front of Luo Jin. Under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, Yang Kai thrust his sword towards him. His state of mind had already been affected by Ku Tian's death, and Yang Kai's irresponsible words had caused his blood and qi to churn, making it impossible for him to remain calm. When Yang Kai's sword arrived, he was unable to react in time. A soft poochie sound rang out as Luo Jin froze on the spot, the blood in his body turning cold as he stared blankly ahead. A devilish smile hung on Yang Kai's face as he sneered, "Master Luo, it's best if you don't move. I don't have much courage. If you move recklessly, I might just stab you in the heart in a moment of panic." Luo Jin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he felt the myriad sword stab into his body and stop half an inch away from his heart. How could he dare to make any sudden movements? He could only nervously gulp down his saliva. Don't. Luo Bing suddenly rushed over like a madwoman and stood between Yang Kai and Luo Jin. She opened her arms wide to protect her father as she cried out tearfully, "Don't kill my father. Big brother, Binger begs you, don't kill my father." She shouted and cried at the same time. Her beautiful face was filled with tears. Chai Hu looked at her, wanting to say something, but hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. The surrounding guests all wore solemn expressions as they felt sorry for Luo Bing. If one were to ask who had the greatest impact from today's series of twists and turns, it wouldn't be Chai Hu had started this storm, nor would it be the overbearing Yang Kai, nor would it be the heavily injured Luo Jin. It was Luo Bing. When Chai Hu was injured, she did her best to beg her father to let Chai Hu go. Chai Hu was her savior, and she didn't want to see her father hurt him. When Luo Jin was injured, she went to Yang Kai and begged Yang Kai to let her father go. After all, blood was thicker than water, and Luo Jin's blood flowed in her body. Before today, she was still the carefree and happy princess of Sky Crane City. However, she had witnessed too much bloodshed, too many battles, and too many unforeseen events in a single day. She didn't know how to choose between kinship and gratitude. Her delicate body was almost unable to bear the continuous impact. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her with an indifferent expression. Frankly speaking, he didn't have a good first impression of Luo Bing, as he felt that she was an overly pampered little princess who acted recklessly. However, today's events changed his opinion of Luo Bing by a lot. The scene of her trying her best to protect Chai, who was still vivid in his mind. Although she was a little ignorant, she at least knew how to be grateful. "I beg you, don't hurt my father. Let him go. Bing is at your mercy," Luo Bing cried as she knelt on the ground beside Yang Kai. She hugged one of his legs and refused to let go. Such a scene moved all of the guests present, and they all looked at Luo Bing with complicated gazes, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Chai, who couldn't bear to see this, and his Adam's apple moved as he said in a hoarse voice, "Little brother Yang, sigh." Yang Kai sighed and said indifferently, "Don't worry, your father isn't dead yet." Yang Kai felt that Luo Jin's actions and attitude would not be enough to kill him 10,000 times. However, Luo Bing's pleading touched his heart, and he suddenly couldn't bear to do it. Chai, who dragged his injured body in front of Luo Bing and held her hand, saying, "Stand up first." Luo Bing raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with tears on her face, crying, "Don't kill my father." Yang Kai said, "That depends on how he treats my friends. If my friends lose even a single hair," Luo Jin hastily said, "I only sealed their cultivations and locked them up in the dungeon. I didn't hurt them." Yang Kai shot a glance at him and said, "You know what to do." Luo Jin was shocked upon hearing this, and he hastily shouted, "Invite those master cultivators out." His life was in someone else's hands, and he couldn't be unyielding at this moment. The only thing on his mind was to survive. Hearing Luo Jin's shout, the city lord's mansion cultivator didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took action. The surrounding guests also curiously looked in a certain direction, wanting to see exactly what kind of people Yang Kai was trying to rescue. After a short while, a group of 3 people walked out under the lead of the city lord's mansion cultivator. The person in the lead exuded an extremely sinister aura, seemingly cultivating some kind of evil art that caused people to feel uncomfortable. This person wasn't young, and was shockingly an old man. However, the evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth caused people to shudder. Following closely behind this evil-looking old man was another old man. However, this person's figure was ramrod straight, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. His entire body was filled with invisible sword intent, and it was obvious that he was a sword expert. As for the last person, he was tall and sturdy, with a dignified expression on his face. Looking left and right, his gaze was fierce. Without exception, these 3 people all had cultivations in the first-order Dao Source realm. When the 3 of them arrived, they clearly didn't know exactly what had happened, and were only curiously and vigilantly sizing up their surroundings. Their divine senses intertwined with one another, as if they were secretly communicating about something. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Seeing the 3 of them, Chai who shouted out excitedly. Hearing this, the 3 of them turned to look at him, and their eyes lit up as they hurried over. The evil-looking old man in the lead said, "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" As he said that, he continuously shot glances at Chai who, seemingly wanting him to quickly escape. Kai Yu pursed her lips and smiled, "Fourth brother is here to save me." Chapter 23:18. Fourth brother, you're being silly. The second old man frowned and scolded him. The last middle-aged man with a ferocious expression laughed and said, "Since it's already like this, then let's turn this place upside down." Saying so, he was really about to take action. Seeing that they still didn't understand the situation, Kai Yu was speechless and said, "Wait, look at who this is." The 3 of them stared blankly for a moment before looking in the direction that she was pointing at. With a single glance, the 3 were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Seniors, long time no see." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. "Sect Master?" Guizhu exclaimed. Even though he was used to seeing great storms, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this moment. Sect Master Yang. Young boy. Gu Kangyun and President Rou were also speechless, as if they were dreaming. Kai Yu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to him that my 3 brothers were able to escape today." Hearing what she said, the 3's expressions turned serious and they quickly released their divine senses to check Yang Kai's cultivation. After seeing that he was already a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but gasp. They remembered very clearly that Yang Kai was only a second-order Origin King when they set off from the Star Territory, but who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 years, he would already be ahead of them. Such a speed of growth was simply embarrassing. It was one thing for him to have such a cultivation, but from Kai Yu's words, everything that happened today seemed to be because of Yang Kai. It all ended because of Yang Kai. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the word death was written in blood and flesh on the wall. It was a ghastly sight. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin was stabbed in the chest with a wide sword, so he didn't dare to move. The eyes of the surrounding guests were filled with shock and fear. The 3 were all experienced people, so they just glanced around and understood the situation. Now that he had a rough understanding of what had happened, he was even more shocked. How could a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator accomplish such a feat in someone else's territory? Gui Zhu and the others couldn't even begin to imagine. "Seniors, are you in good health?" Yang Kai asked. Gui Zhu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. We're doing well." Yang Kai could also sense that they were fine, as Luo Jin had indeed not mistreated them. He had most likely only sealed their cultivations after capturing them and locking them up in the dungeon. At this moment, the seal had already been removed, allowing them to recover. After all, the 3 of them were only in the first-order Dao Source realm. With Luo Jin's control over the City Lord's mansion, he did not place them in his eyes, so there was no need for him to be overly vigilant. "We'll talk about the details later. Let's leave this place first," Red Moon suggested. Gui Zhu raised his brow and revealed an evil smile as he looked towards Luo Jin, the soul of the third-order Dao Source realm. "I'll gladly accept it." While he was speaking, as he spoke, he summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew within the City Lord's mansion, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Strands of black aura visible to the naked eye started to spread out, transforming into indistinct human figures that wandered in all directions. The faces of the numerous guests changed drastically as they sensed the evil aura radiating from this artifact. Their hearts trembled in fear as they wondered exactly what kind of evil secret art this old fellow was cultivating, for even his artifact to be so evil. "Don't come over." Although Luo Bing's beautiful face had turned pale from fright, her face was still pale. Despite that, she continued to stand guard in front of Luo Jin and shout. Luo Jin was also flustered as he looked towards Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang. I really didn't hurt them. Furthermore, I've already released them according to your instructions. You can't go back on your word." Yang Kai shot a cold glance at him, before extending his hand to stop Gui Zhu's actions. Although Gui Zhu didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he didn't continue. Instead, he continued to laugh sinisterly, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Chai Hu gulped as he spoke out, "Little brother, Miss Luo has helped me quite a bit in the past. She was also the one who brought me in. Don't hurt her." Hearing his words, Gui Zhu and the others couldn't help but look at Chai Hu with strange expressions. Chai Hu replied, "One must clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges." Kai Yu pursed her lips into a smile. "What fourth brother says is right." Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, before exerting a bit of force in his hand, pulling out the myriad sword, causing blood to spurt out. Luo Jin wasn't startled, but instead rejoiced as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Just as his voice rang out, Yang Kai suddenly sent a palm towards him, smashing right into his chest. Luo Jin was caught off guard, and was completely unable to react in time as he was sent flying by a gigantic force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, he landed heavily on the ground, his aura dispirited. "Daddy!" Luo Bing shrieked as she scrambled towards Luo Jin. On the other side, Luo Jin sat up with great difficulty as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. After being struck by Yang Kai's move, he finally understood how powerful this youth was. The source chi in his body was so dense and pure that even he couldn't compare to it. Was he still a second-order Dao source realm cultivator? What would happen if he advanced to the third-order Dao source realm? At that time, he would be invincible under the Emperor realm. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Luo Jin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he secretly feared that he had provoked such a monster. You should rejoice that you have such a good daughter. Yang Kai snorted coldly as he shouted towards Gui Zhu and the others, "Let's go." As he spoke, he strode out. No one dared to obstruct him as they made way for him, as though they were avoiding the god of pestilence, all of them distancing themselves from Yang Kai. Gui Zhu and the others followed after him, while Yi Jinghan shouted out in a low voice, "Let's go too." As she spoke, she, Du Xian and the others hurriedly followed after them. The city lord's mansion was completely silent. Even though Yang Kai and the others had already left, no one dared to speak out loud. All of them were looking at Luo Jin with complicated gazes. Some were gloating over his misfortune, some sympathizing with him, while others were frowning as though they were pondering over something. No matter what, Luo Jin's prestige would definitely plummet after today. During his wedding ceremony, not only was the concubine he was going to marry snatched away, but such a scandal was also exposed. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and had lost all of his prestige. Who would respect such a city lord? Many people secretly felt that Sky Crane City was about to undergo a great change. Many cultivators were no longer in the mood to greet Luo Jin and left one after another after waiting for a while. The grand ceremony had gone from lively to empty in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only Luo Bing, who was crying as she took care of her old father. Luo Jin clenched his fists tightly as he stared in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. His face was filled with resentment and hatred, while his eyes burned with rage. On the ship, Du Xian arranged a room for Yang Kai and the others so that they could talk peacefully after reuniting after such a long time. All of them came from the Star Territory together, so there was no need to hide anything from each other. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned about their various encounters after they were separated from him. According to them, after the void shattered, they fell out of the Starlight Corridor one after another, and they just so happened to land near Sky Crane City. Even though they weren't familiar with the star boundary, they concealed themselves well, and no one discovered any flaws. 2 days later, due to various coincidences and opportunities, they reunited and began to search for Yang Kai. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find any trace of Yang Kai, let alone Liu Yang and Xiao Xiao. After trying for 2 months, they had no choice but to give up and start planning for their own situation. Their initial life in Sky Crane City was extremely difficult. Although they were top-notch masters in the home star territory and had considerable wealth, they had to start from scratch in the star boundary. A third-order Origin King's cultivation wasn't considered strong in Sky Crane City, and there were plenty of such cultivators in Maplewood City, let alone in Sky Crane City. In this strange place, they had no connections and no experience. They were like newborn babies who were learning to walk. On one hand, they carefully hid their identity as they came from the lower star territory, while on the other hand, they worked hard to earn source crystals to buy cultivation materials. Fortunately, there was a training ground 10,000 miles away from Sky Crane City. There, they could team up and kill demonic beasts. They could obtain all kinds of demonic beasts' body materials and sell them in Sky Crane City. They accumulated source crystals bit by bit and bought cultivation materials bit by bit. They did not dare to waste anything. It was at this time that they met Chai Hu. Although Chai Hu had a rough appearance, he was an open-minded person. After working together a few times, they became familiar with each other. Furthermore, Chai Hu was a native cultivator in Sky Crane City. His understanding of the surrounding environment was not something that Gui Zhu and the others could compare to. With his leadership and strategizing, the speed at which they earned source crystals increased by a lot. After going through life and death together and helping each other countless times, they formed a friendship with Chai Hu. After a big battle, Wu Dao suddenly had an epiphany. His aura surged and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Naturally, the few of them did not decline to protect him. However, What they did not expect was that Wu Dao would fail at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Dao Source realm. As a result, he died under the world tribulation, causing the few of them great heartache. After that, the few of them became sworn brothers and swore to look out for each other. After 2 to 3 years of hard work, the few of them managed to break through to the first-order Dao Source realm. Gui Zhu and the others were already third-order origin kings when they were in the Homeland Star territory. If not for the world principles they're not allowing them, they would not have taken the trouble to come to the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao realm. Therefore, their breakthroughs were natural and there were not too many twists and turns. Wait. Hearing that, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted. What do you mean? Senior Chai is also a Dao Source realm cultivator? Chai, who had become sworn brothers with Gui Zhu and the others. Logically speaking, he could be considered as Yang Kai's senior. Therefore, Yang Kai naturally had to address him as senior. As he spoke, his divine sense continued to sweep Chai Hu's body. That was because he had clearly sensed that Chai Hu was only a third-order origin king. Why did Gui Zhu and the others say otherwise? This caused him to feel puzzled. However, no matter how Yang Kai probed, he found that Chai Hu was still just a third-order origin king and not a Dao Source realm cultivator. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,